I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your mom? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand.
Hello everyone, this is Wyatt. This is the DPA Open Mic, episode 37, and welcome to the Open Mic. Basically lost my lines. I forgot what I was supposed to say. So yeah, okay. So hello everyone from all around the world. We have 85 viewers at the moment. Let me prepare. Again, I forgot to prepare first. So let me so how are you guys? It's 500 days of Ukraine war already. Quite amazing that I have been covering this crazy war for 500 days for no apparent reason. Actually, there is reasons, but I just thought it's bad reasons to fight a war for nothing. Reminds me of World War One, another war that was fought for nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna. So as usual, the link to join the open mic will be on the open mic channel's pin message in the live chat. So for those that are watching on the main channel, I have dropped the link to watch over at the Open Mic channel, and so I don't want to talk too much, and I don't want to I'm just going to put the invite link so that people can join already, can chit chat. I'm quite sure a lot of people want to talk. And I'm sorry for those that were waiting for the open mic yesterday. Yeah, I was busy with the Ukraine war, trying to, because it's 500 days. I want to make sure that I cover at least a bit more videos, put a lot more videos in before the sit rep. And yeah, and then after that I was very tired. So I have dropped the link on the open mic channel, and it's in the pin message now. And let me drop it into Rumble as well. I haven't dropped it into Rumble. And pop-up chat. Okay. And where is the pop-up chat? Okay. Sorry, need to do some prep work. And then someone is in already. We have Shadow V, Red, and Prata. Hi guys.
Hi everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
And I saw a fake Gogin joining as well.
Hey, I'm going to be late coming in, so I assume you guys are going to talk about France, which I really, really hope you all do, because we really want to hear about France.
I forgot about
And
France.
where is RL? And Shadowy, I want you to show off all that free shit you've been getting. I haven't heard from you, so you better have a good collection.
Well,
but y'all take it easy. I'll see you later. I'll be watching.
About what?
We gave me the Popeye vibe, like with the cigar or something.
Hey guys. Hey Red, I don't think I've met you before.
Yeah, no, I got the cigarettes here. I've also got the weed.
Okay, I gotta put on my earphone first so that I know what's the volume like. For those watching, if you feel that anyone's volume need to be adjusted, please comment so that I know what to adjust. Because what I hear might be not accurate.
I have a story to tell today.
Okay, I'm really going to have to run quick, so can I step in? I want to toss a stinking turd into the conversation, so to speak. From my point of view, the Russian military is overachieving. I'm surprised they've lasted 500 days. Now, I'm coming at this from a slightly different point of view. Most of you folks have not read Viktor Suvorov. He's a military historian who used to be a Russian KGB, military intelligence operative who defected to the West. He gets a lot of praise from several high-ranking military officers for his writing, though they don't necessarily agree with him. They think that he's overstating some of what he states. I, however, tend to agree with him because I've mentioned a couple times that I know a lot of ex-Soviet and ex-Warsaw Pact military people. And quite frankly, when I went and asked them about it, the description of what they are talking about is basically what he was talking about in his books. And the Russian military is basically the Soviet military. Shrunk, yeah. Shrunk a lot, but it is the same thing with the same tactics and the same strategic goals. So, as I said, I'm surprised that the Russians have lasted this long.
Strategic goals?
Yeah.
What do you mean? This is not
Russia,
part of the military. This is the strategic goals are defined by the politics.
Yeah, and what's Russian politics?
It's not
Russian
Soviet
politics
Union.
basically evolves around the fact that Russia is the center of everything and they own everything.
No, every country, any continental country will think like that.
No, not every continental country does think like that.
Not the US, not China, not Brazil. They all think like that. They are the center of their own preoccupations. There are entire countries. They have to care for their citizens all together. These are not like European Union countries, which gave up a lot of its sovereignty to the European Union, and the European Union solves a lot of problems for them. Now, these are countries that have
So what you're saying is that Russia has a right to say, oh, okay, we still own Finland, even though we gave it up. and
we
want
are
to invade
missing
them, which they have
conversation.
said they want to
No, we are
do.
missing conversation. You said that these countries see themselves as the center of the world. Of course they have. They have to care for their citizens in the
Yeah,
whole...
but they're seeing themselves from the center of the world from the point of view of they get to run everybody else.
No,
And that's
come
where the
on.
problem is.
That will be a perspective of the United States. If there was a country in the world right now that would sing like that, there is no Russia. It doesn't intently
No, it's a
apply.
perspective. It's a perspective of a country which does not like the United States 100%. But we are allied with them. We don't 100% trust them. We don't trust the Brits 100%. We don't trust the Aussies. We definitely do not trust the Russians.
Okay.
I mean, you know,
Where
we
is
have
their
our own
ideology?
interests.
Where is their ideology? Because what moved a lot the Soviet Union and China a little bit less was the idea of revolution to the whole world. This is different. Russia has
No, it's
no
not
intention of
different, for God's sakes.
making a communist
Look
revolution.
at the Russian Empire. Look at the Russian Empire.
But the Soviet Union is not exactly the Russian Empire, and the Russian Federation
And look
is
at the
not the
British
Soviet
Empire.
Union.
It's the same genetic DNA.
Oh, come on. That's not true.
It is. You know,
No,
some countries do change.
Okay,
Canada,
they are...
for example,
And you
was
could say
very
the same thing
expansionist
with
for a
the
long
British and the
time.
USA.
We are
USA has
talking
the
about
same
the
DNA
age
as
of
the British
empires.
Empire.
We are talking
I
about
agree
the
with
age
you,
of
it is.
empires. But the age of empires is lost, is gone, doesn't come back.
Oh, that's not
Look.
true. Come on.
The USA is an
Totally not.
empire. Canada is an empire, technically. We're everything.
Yeah, but it's a different type of empire. It's not the same like the colonial empires, which really occupied. No country nowadays, and we see that about Iraq and Afghanistan, even the US with the biggest army in the world was not able to control these countries. Occupying a country nowadays is a really bad business.
So why is Russia trying to do it? Why is Russia trying to do it?
And expensive, very expensive.
I don't know what Russia is
Are you
trying
sure
to
they're
do, but
trying to control
they're
it?
just occupying parts of it.
Well, there's a lot of history involved in the Donbass, right?
Yes, as well. Yes.
So there's, if you want, I can tell you a story about the history. So I've been doing some interesting reading. It takes us all the way from 1740 to the current day. So here's how it goes. Have you guys heard of the writer Nikolai Gogol? G-O-L?
I think it's an industrial guy. Yes.
No, well, he lived between about 1800 and 1860, and so this is the time period, Russian Empire, right? He was a friend of the Russian Tsar, Nicholas II. He was actually from Kiev and from Zaporizhia, so he's from the region we're talking about, and he considered himself a Tatar Cossack. Now, at this time, there was a lot of imperialism in Russia. And so being a friend of the Tsar, he wrote a lot of what was considered Russian nationalism, despite the fact that he was ethnically a Cossack from the Donbass. Now, he wrote a book, and the book was called Taras Bulba, right? Now, this was a book that was set 100 years earlier in 1740, so 100 years before he lived. And this book was really, it was a polemic to spread Russian imperialism, right? And in this book, the character, Taras Bulba, was a Cossack. And at this time, Poland, the Lithuanian Polish Commonwealth, controlled everything west of the Dnieper, right? And these Cossacks were fighting to get the land back for the Orthodox and away from the Polish Catholics, who they saw as encroaching on Imperial Russian territory. Now, another great friend of the Tsar during the 1800s, during the time of Gogol, when he was writing, was a guy called Tolstoy, Count Tolstoy, all right? And this becomes important later in the story. So,
which Tsar was it?
It was Nicholas.
Oh, it was Nicholas already.
Yeah. Nicholas, I think it was the second. It was this. So the book was published in 1835 and then again in 1842 with some revisions. So this is the period, right? So this is imperialist Russian period when they had the yellow, black, and white flag.
Oh no.
So anyway,
that flag is it's later. It's the flag from Alexander II. That's why I was asking, because Alexander II means a lot. But go on, sorry, go on.
All right. So Gogol is writing about this period of history and the Cossacks. And so at this time in the mid-1800s, the Cossacks are very much on the side of Imperial Russia, but Russia hasn't turned to communism yet. We haven't had the revolution. Now, and the other thing is, at this time, the British royal family and other royal families in Europe, who still own a great deal of Europe, right, and are still in power in places like Britain, they were related. They were blood relations of the royal family in Russia. Now, when the revolution happened in Russia and the Bolsheviks took power, the Cossacks stayed loyal to the Russian Tsars, and so did Tolstoy and Count Tolstoy and his family, right? And so the Cossacks fought with what were called the White Russians against the Red Army. Now, this is where it kind of gets interesting, because after the Bolsheviks won and pushed out the Whites, the Cossack regiment was actually employed as mercenaries in the Balkans, right down in Yugoslavia. And so the Cossacks were almost exiled from their homelands, but they were still loyal to the emigres, the aristocracy of Russia. And Tolstoy, Count Tolstoy, as he was then, because there's been a Count Tolstoy continuously, there's always a new one, usually called Nikolai. He moved to England and became a lawyer in England, right? And so these are all friends with certain parts of the British aristocracy. And they didn't like that the Romanovs, their relatives, were murdered by the Bolsheviks. And they saw the Bolsheviks as the enemy, and they funded this Cossack army. Now, then an interesting thing happened, which was called the Second World War. And during the Second World War, the Cossacks became the 15th SS Cavalry Regiment fighting for the Germans, right? And this became a problem because England ended up, despite the political leanings of certain members of the aristocracy who were quite in favor of fighting Russia with Hitler, right? Because they hated the Bolsheviks. After all, the Bolsheviks had killed their family members, the Romanovs. And so there was a lot of support and a lot of loyalty from Tolstoy and also the British royal family and other members of the British aristocracy for the Cossacks. Now, the Cossacks were an SS regiment, right? And so at the Yalta conference between Roosevelt, Stalin, and Churchill, they had to decide what they were going to do with the Cossack regiment. Now, the Red Army captured a lot of territory from Germany and ended up having hundreds of thousands of Allied troops under its control. Roosevelt and Churchill had to do a deal whereby everybody agreed to repatriate their people, right? Because otherwise it wasn't going to be cool. Now, the Red Army did repatriate all the Allied soldiers in the prisoner of war camps that they took over, and Churchill and Roosevelt repatriated the Cossacks. But the problem was that the Cossacks were enemies of the Soviet Union and the Soviets, so they all got sent off to the Gulag. And it was a very, very sad story. And it created a huge amount of bitterness within the aristocracy of England, because on one side of the aristocracy, you had a bunch of people who had been loyal to the Cossacks, right, for literally hundreds of years, right? This is blood ties going back a long time. And on the other side, you had a bunch of aristocrats whose sons had been killed by the Nazis and the SS in the Second World War. And so this created a schism in the Tory party in the UK. Now, this all came to a head in 1977 when Count Nikolai Tolstoy, the current one at that time, he published a book, and it was called what was it called? Bear with me for a second. The Victims of Yalta, right? Because he was talking about the victims of the Yalta conference who'd been betrayed, because then that was where it was agreed to give them back to the Soviets. And in this book, which was quite well researched and well funded and supported, right, by significant parts of the British aristocracy who were blood relatives of the Tsars and deeply aligned to the Cossacks, in this book in 1977, Count Tolstoy, who was a barrister in the UK and had actually been born in the UK, he accused the Tory Prime Minister Macmillan of being a war criminal. And he also accused other British officers of being war criminals, and he accused them of butchering men and women and children.
What about the SSS Ukrainian SSS soldiers that were brought also to United Kingdom?
Okay, well let me finish. Right. See, this is the whole point, because these soldiers, these Cossacks, had been an SS regiment. They were the 15th SS Cavalry Division, and so it was an immensely heated issue, because on one side you had members of the British aristocracy who were loyal and going back hundreds of years with their loyalty to the Cossacks, and on the other side you had people who fiercely hated the SS for a whole bunch of good reasons, right? So this was very bitter. Now, Tolstoy was attacking other members of the aristocracy, right? British ones, lords, and so on. And this went to trial in a very famous defamation case. And the reason that the defamation case is so famous, and all law students have read it, is because there was a record amount of damages set, £1.5 million at the time, which bankrupted Tolstoy, right? And the thing is, no damages like that had ever been awarded in a defamation trial before. And it was awarded by a jury, right? A jury of Englishmen. So you can see how much ill feeling there was to this idea that these SS Cossacks were victims. So there was a lot of pro-Soviet feeling. And indeed, the judiciary as well were quite hostile towards Tolstoy and the members of the British aristocracy who they felt were fascist sympathizers. The judges encouraged the jury to give large damages. And remember, Macmillan, the guy that was accused of being a war criminal, he was a Tory, right? So this was very much a fight. This was a fight inside the aristocracy of the UK. And what we should understand is that where these people came from, the Cossacks, their hereditary homeland, well, that was the Donbass. They were called the Zaporizhian Cossacks. And so when we see in the modern context, when we see all of these Anglo corporations whose shareholders include members of the British aristocracy, when they are buying from Zelensky huge areas of the Donbass and asking him to ethnically cleanse it of the Russians so that they can take control back for it, this is not some new idea, right? Okay. There is a lot of history involved. Okay. They believe that this is theirs by right. They believe that the Russians who settled in Donbass, right, and who displaced the Cossacks have done so illegitimately. Now, at the same time, right, these people were, in fact, Nazi sympathizers. And so there's also the other side of British politics and the other side of the British aristocracy. And so when we talk about the British involvement in this war, and when we talk about the corporate push to take control of the Donbass, right, there's a lot of history here. It goes back a long way, and there's loyalties on both sides. So when we talk about empires, right, that's why this, that's context for this conflict. And and also what I'd ask you to ponder is, do you think the Russians are not also aware of this history? So this piece of land, fighting over it is not a new thing. This is not some new flash in the pan. And this has got about as much to do with democracy as I have to do with cats, right? Which is not very much. Anyway, so that's my story, and I'll leave it with you guys too.
The Donbass.
I thought that was quite interesting. Anyway.
Yes, there are many types of Cossacks, and I think we need to make a difference. We are talking about Cossacks in Ukraine. The Cossacks is a very old elite of fighters, and they exist in many different places. Zaporizhia Cossacks are one group, but you have very different alpha groups. They are also very important. The ones in Kuban, the ones in the Caucasus, the ones even far, almost in Siberia, and they are very important groups, also with a lot of history. And they didn't side with the Germans, which is obvious. So we are talking just about a bunch of Cossacks. Nevertheless, it's very interesting that there are many Cossacks brigades fighting with Russia at this moment in the Donbass. And we also have groups of Cossacks that lived in these areas, in Melitopol and in Kherson, which immediately sided with the Russians without blinking a second, which is also quite interesting. So we are talking about Cossacks. I just wanted to introduce, not to Toby, because Toby made a historical evaluation, which is what it is. And I was saying, like, let's be careful about the Cossacks nowadays. It's a lot of other stuff. Sorry there.
And also, it's not just about the Cossacks. There are Georgians who are fighting on both sides. So you talk about the Cossacks, which is understandable and acceptable. There are ethnicities, people who you might think would be on one side but not the other, who are working on both sides. So I think that's
to interject, my story was actually more about the British and why the British are involved, right? And also, let's not mistake the fact that Queen Elizabeth passed away, King Charles came to the throne, right? And the Ukraine war kicked off, right? These things are hardly accidental.
Well, not the king of,
Okay.
not
Well,
King
whatever it is
George
you have for the
decided the war.
corporate push.
Come on, Toby.
Whatever
Come
you
on,
have on the
Toby.
corporate
No,
push.
it's a coincidence. It's a coincidence.
Sorry,
Whatever you have on the corporate push to gain resources in the Donbass.
I wouldn't say gain resources as much as reclaim what they believe to be taken from them.
Okay. What
Well, but they
evidence do you
also-
have?
Huh?
They also,
What evidence do you have that this is happening?
What evidence do I have that what's happening? I'm sorry?
that this plays a role like nowadays politics, that piece of history in the past plays a role in what's happening now. That's what he means, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. The evidence is Ukrainians fighting Ukrainians. One not wanting to speak Ukrainian, the other one's not wanting to speak Russian. I think you could start there.
Well,
There
no,
is
in
no-
terms of
there is no-
evidence,
there
in
is
terms
no
of
Ukrainian
evidence of
language.
Anglo interest in the Donbass comes from Zelensky himself. Zelensky has said that the plan to make Ukraine great again economically involves BlackRock and a bunch of other Anglo corporations. And they have invested heavily, and they do want control of the Donbass and the industrial and the resources there. The other evidence is I saw Patrick Lancaster did a very interesting interview a year or so ago where he went to a large collective farm and he spoke to the farmers there about what was going on. And in their view, they were being ethnically cleansed off the land because the plan was to sell all of the land to corporations to fix the Ukrainian economy. Now, I'm not saying this as though this is some sort of horrible conspiracy that's very, very evil, because all it is the privatization of an ex-Soviet country. And indeed, there'd be a lot of people who say this would have helped Ukraine. And a lot of people would say that the communist distribution of resources in the Donbass was one of the reasons it was so corrupt and poor, and that had they done this, had they let BlackRock and the Western corporations in, then it would have led to a great revival of economic fortunes. I don't say whether that's right or wrong, right? But if you're asking what evidence is there that Anglo-based corporations were interested in moving back into that region, it comes from Zelensky himself. I don't think that this is a conspiracy or a secret. And I also don't think that it's clear whether or not it's a good or a bad thing. I don't have a dog in that fight. All I'm saying is, if anyone's curious as to why the British are so heavily involved in somewhere that's so far away from Britain, there's a history here, right? And you can trace the bloodlines, and it goes through empire. And that's my only point.
Then you're right. The British have a bloodline of hate against for the Russians. And also,
well, some Russians, they like Count Tolstoy. This is the thing. It gets complex, right?
Okay. Wait. I want to let Sikhal introduce himself. He's new. I have been talking to him on email quite a few times already. So, Sikhal, please, can you introduce yourself?
Sorry, I wasn't interrupting so you could introduce me. I thought you wanted to say something. Great to be here. Thank you for Wyatt and the community for letting me to join. Was in the military, done some high-level international relations engagement, not with Russia and Ukraine. This is not my area of speciality, but as an intelligence analyst and an objective assessor and someone who doesn't have skin in the game, I think I can add an objective assessment to things. Some good points here that people have made. Toby's talking about history. Sorry, I'm from Australia. I'm not in Australia, but from Australia. And Toby's made some interesting issues about history and the United Kingdom and what countries have influence and significant history. Talk about that. So not to talk anymore. Back to the group.
I think we have a fight. I think the fight for liberalism and neoliberalism in terms of economy, in terms of society, is more important to explain the animosity that has been growing in certain countries, which obviously is the UK is the most important, and in creating these animosity. And what led this to war. Toby, I think you are right in solidifying it historically, but definitely this fight of a worldview plays much more of a role. Sorry, Voz do Povo, go on.
Yeah, we've been talking about Russia 24/7. Let's talk about France. We got two French guys here.
Well,
to begin the letter, or do you leave me
Arel! Bonnoir, Arel!
Bonsoir. No, don't talk about France. It's a waste of time.
France is still a country.
Come on,
it's over.
it's already over.
I mean, just to jump to what
issue.
Just to make
France is an
joke.
important issue because of are these issues linked to the Russia-Ukraine war, largely or partly, and are they linked to other issues? So the discussion of that, and I'm not saying I know, but what is happening in France is significant.
No.
What are they
About
related
what?
to? Genuine
It's
question.
significant about what?
It's not that special.
It's significant if you're interested in the
that
suburbs problem in France.
Significant about
But
what?
if you don't care about the
Tell
suburb
me.
in France, you won't care about the problem.
Significant about
Answer the
what?
question. Yeah, what is
Significant
important?
about what?
Answer the question. Yeah, what is important?
Sorry. My fault. I was trying something on Sikhal because Sikhal's very soft. Yeah, it's my fault. It's nothing to do with
Is someone asking me a question? I'm happy to answer. I don't know if you're asking me a question or a general
Yeah, why
question.
would
If
it be
it's to me,
significant,
I'll try and
Sikhal?
answer.
Why? Yeah, Sikhal, why would it be significant?
Why do
Because
we
it's
care about France?
No, Toby, don't be offensive.
So from an external point of view, I'm not in France or Europe. Okay? From an external point of view, as an observer who looks at, and I spend a lot of time looking at a multitude of input sources. Yeah, okay? I don't just look at the mainstream media because I know that. So I look at a lot of sources and I try and understand, okay, what's happening in a country. In this example, it's France. And
But on
it
what
seems,
subject?
even from what I would say is neutral circumstances, there is quite a deal of disturbance and issues. Okay.
On what subject is it relevant to talk about France? Just go to the point, please.
I want to talk about France because I want to see white people saying that the Africans and Arabs are taking over the white countries.
Well, you don't have to have the white people say it. I would just say
Who are you calling white, Buzz? Right?
You are not serious, are you?
Yeah, that's what I see.
Just to add something to what you have said about the history of the Cossacks and the British nobility backing them and so on. Today's elites, people in charge in the UK, don't like today's Tolstoy. Today's Tolstoy is named Pyotr Tolstoy, and he's the vice president of the Duma. And he's backing Putin, and he's ready to move his Russian troops till the border of Poland and so on. He stated it several times on French media because he speaks French.
Okay, But
Voilà.
again,
Was just a
why,
parenthesis.
guys, but you guys, Shadovi and Arrow, you can explain why people. Well, I explained why people on the rest of the world has these, unfortunately, failure of looking at pictures and realizing they know what is happening, which is not. So you guys can explain us why these
I mean,
riots.
why explaining that? Why explaining that?
They want to know. They don't understand.
Remember several years ago in the UK, you got also kind of not protests, but lootings, young people burning
looting. It spread like wildfire, and a phenomenon or an event that happened in London.
I'll go a 50-inch TV for free. Joking.
You see, it's Vosh the Poor understands it better. Vosh the Poor understands it better than you guys do. But Shadovi, you were going to answer. Let's Shadovi answer.
I just want to give you a few numbers, okay? You have to understand one thing about France. Every 31 December in France, people burn basically 500 cars. At least a third of them are assurance fraud. Okay, so when you're doing the high-level riots that we had seen a few weeks ago, they burned, 2,000 cars? 4 times? Okay, so it's like a big, something big for France, but not so much. It's not something, it's very sad for the people who have their own car burned, but for the whole France, it's not a big event. The rioters were about 12,000 people, I think, the first night, and it lowered every night after that. And 12,000 people, we have to understand it's nothing in France. If when you have a protest against pension and things like that, you have 2 to 3 million people in the street. That's the record in France. I think it's 3.2 million people in the street for a protest in France. So when you have 12,000 people rioting, it's a small event. It's really sad for the people who died because there has been, I think, 2 people who have been killed. And it's really sad if you have your own possession who has been destroyed by the fire. It's sad. But for the whole France, it's a small event. And the image is very impressive on TV, but it's just impressive image. That's all.
Yeah, just a big zoom on a specific event. I mean, where I'm living, no car burning, no looting.
Shadowi, and that's important for someone who is in the location, understands it, to explain it. So that makes a lot of sense.
This is why open mic is important, because we use the open mic, we can actually fact check.
Just to give you another numbers.
We tried to explain it last time, but nobody want to hear it. That's sometimes also a problem. Go ahead, Shadowy.
2005, the riots, the first suburbs riots, last 5 times longer, with 5 times more people, with
and that's
maybe 10 or 20 times
get
more
a broader
damage.
view of what's happening.
So this one suburbs riot is very small scale. It's very sad for the people who has lost something or who has lost their life or who has been wounded, but it's very small scale.
I want to add another thing. I think me and RL already discussed it some open mics back. So you have to also understand France a little bit. So normally every 4 years there is a very major event. Usually it is the World Cup. That's when France started demonstrating, and then usually the demonstrations get out of hand so much, it has a little bit of a small riot here and there. This time it got disrupted by the COVID conditions and blah, blah, blah. So you could say they're catching up. And then RL even mentioned the Olympics are happening. Sorry, that was a big ass cockroach.
That's going to be a major problem for France Olympics.
Yeah, so the Olympics are going to happen and they are going to be held in France. So they are just warming up for the Olympics and the riots to come.
Do you remember the last final in France of the Champions League? with when Madrid and Liverpool teams meet each other in Paris.
Yep.
And there has been a lot of
Yes.
criminal problems.
Yes.
For the Olympic Games,
But-
it's going to be way, way worse. About the
Okay,
criminal
I have
that one,
and all
but
the
that one,
protests
that
in
one,
France
that
against
one,
Macron
that one
question.
was
are going to be on the
different. That
streets.
one was different. That was the only chance the French had to beat up the British. So that's why.
Okay, I
You
have a question about this, for the French guys.
It was just criminals.
fair? Is it fair to say, French guys, you tell us, is it fair to say that what we are looking at is actually not even a bad thing? It's French culture, and I don't mean to put them down or make a joke either,
No.
because you know, if people are out in the streets having their say, right, in a way that's democracy, right? At least the French people believe they matter. There's a lot of countries in the world where people wouldn't do that because they don't believe they even matter. So in some ways, are we looking at just French culture? It's not really a big deal. It's just the way French
You have
do
two
France.
things to understand. You have the protest, okay? When you have people who are not happy about a law, about something, and they decide to take the street. There is what we call it internal security in this movement, generally organized by union. And at the beginning, in the 80s and the 90s, there is very few incidents because the union don't want any incident. And we have a few pictures on the movies about some guy who try to create incident, and the union big guys from the worker factory are going to take the rioters who want to plunder shop and so on, and they are going to take them to the cops. Okay, they don't want problem in their own event. But today, the problem is that the police decided to act against the union. So the internal security service of the union couldn't really do their work because the black blocs and the other I don't call it protester, I call them rioters, and the guy who decide to plunder a shop. They are very, very violent. Okay, so the union guys couldn't deal with them. We need the police, and the police decided to consider that all the protesters are basically some kind of criminals, and they don't make difference between the guy who decided to just protest because their wage is too low, and the guy who decided to attack some kind of shop on the Champs-Élysées. And they are creating a big mess and any
burning cars.
Dan, that's for you. Fuck you, man.
Since you guys know so much about burning cars, were you guys testing how electric vehicles burn? I mean, their fire is much warmer. So, are you preparing to get more electric vehicles in the streets for the preparation for the Olympics, or is there any significance in more electric vehicles? This was a joke.
Yeah, Jordan.
I think
Jordan,
it was much
just
more
to point something
significant.
about that, about what you talk about electric cars. Some cities have decided to forbid diesel engine cars into the city center, like Lyon. And now they are facing a problem because people, artisans who are working inside house of wealthy people living in those areas can't enter anymore with their utility vehicles. So now the
Ariel,
bourgeoisie
is that only in Paris
is a bit
or
fucked up.
No, it's not even in Paris.
No,
In Paris,
it's
they didn't
only
try that.
big some big cities who decided that city centers is forbid
Lyon is the second
diesel
largest city in
engines.
France.
But I think the protests about the 2 years of the reform age were much more significant. It were not discussed enough. In those protests, like Sikhal was trying to analyze, there was much more behind the just 2 years added to the reform age. And those are protests that we could somehow connect with the crisis provoked by the Ukrainian war. Because let's not forget, Europe, the culprit from its third biggest economical partner, Russia. And this created costs, really high costs, and everybody's feeling them. Depends on
It's
the
not
countries where you
necessarily
are.
connected.
And to answer Toby's question, if the protest is part of the culture in French people, I would say no, it's not. Mm-hmm. That's bullshit. It's what historians are telling you. It's what the media are telling you. But if you look at 1789 revolution, it only occurred in Paris. In the rest of the France, there were no revolution per se.
Okay, can I say something?
And same, if you look at statistics of people who are voting, half of the people in age of voting are not voting. They abstain. Yep. They don't vote.
This is a problem
because of many different reasons, but
it's almost all European Union. Younger people don't feel themselves
not just young people in France, also people with older age who are fed up with the political class.
Yes, but you see, the younger people normally are politically more active than as you get older. They are more left-oriented tendentially, more left-oriented, and they tend to participate more. But we have seen from the last 20 years that in the Western countries, younger people are not interested in politics.
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah,
and I think it's the same thing
in Australia. You have to
statistic, like in Belgium, but the statistic for the youngs, let's say 20 years old till 25 years old, less than 20% of them went to vote in the last election.
Yes.
And the group of people that vote the most are the elderly.
They vote for Macron.
The old people often vote for Macron, yes. The older people.
Yeah.
It's kind of true for like every country nowadays. Like in my country, I know a lot of people like who are like below the age of 30. Like none of them vote. Like
nice.
All the people who vote are like around the age of 50. Or the people who are under 30 never vote. They are not politically active. They're like a very small percentage of the young population in our country and many countries in the world nowadays don't vote or aren't politically active.
What country is that, Red? What country?
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. Red. The party in the government, are they a left wing or right wing?
I'll say they're kind of centered.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So I have 2 points. So 2 points. Wait. Red. How old are you?
I'm 14.
14. People, this kid, 14 years old, is having debates with adults. Absolutely amazing. Shout out to Red, yo.
Yeah, it's impressive, man.
It's really impressive, man. And you seem to be well informed.
Making me look old.
But even Wayne can have debates.
I remember when I was 14, I was trying to learn how to wank.
Well, Vaj, at least you don't have white hair.
Have you learned it yet, or?
Oh, I'm pro now.
Pro, that's right.
So we've been talking a lot about
what we were doing at age 14. This guy is having political debates. Absolutely amazing, man. Shout out to Red. But Dan, give it to you.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say, I think it's
Sikhal, you were saying?
No, Dan first.
I was just going to say, we've been talking a lot about what's happening in France, which is important. Absolutely, it's important. Just trying to think about more broadly what is happening in France.
Nothing is happening in
European
France.
Policy.
You have to understand, nothing happening in France.
It is important. Please, Sikhal, explain to me why it is important. You always say that it's important to talk about what happened in France. Okay. It's important, but why is it important? I don't get it.
Guys, Dan was trying to talk a long time now. Dan, go on.
Let him answer, please.
No, let's Dan speak.
We'll let him answer. No, we'll let him answer because I'm also curious about that. Let's see.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay, I'm not to be rude to interrupt, but if people want me to speak first, I'll speak first, just to be polite. France is obviously a major decision power within Europe and NATO. What France wants and hopes is one of the important countries. Shadawi, I'm not saying it's the most important, but France is important. We see what France did with going to China to say we want
France is going to follow USA.
a relationship.
Oh, hold on, Sikhal.
I have some
you have to distinguish. You have to distinguish what the media are telling you about Macron visiting China and so on, and Macron saying many things, and what happened actually with the French decisioners, people who are making decisions in France regarding NATO, regarding Ukraine, regarding
you
China.
have to create a border between what he says and what he does.
And because
he says a
France
lot
is
and
not
do
anymore
only pro-US decision.
Because France is not anymore independent, the voice of France has become irrelevant. It's just a follower.
Yes.
That's why it's not anymore important as you might think it is, but it's not.
So I agree with you, RL, that words don't mean anything unless they are followed through. So I agree with what you're saying.
Especially words coming from the mouth of Macron.
Yeah, so I agree with you that words need to be followed through, and we have seen this in history.
We lost him, I think.
I think he's frozen.
Yeah, he lost his internet, I guess.
The British intelligence got the Australian guy.
No,
Bye-bye.
No,
we have a new guy.
Elon Musk is stopping the Starlink connection.
Yeah, since he meets Macron, he has decided to protect him.
Okay,
Gab, go on. It's your time.
Upgrade, can you introduce yourself? Wait. Upgrade, can you introduce yourself? So that you can get involved in the conversation. Upgrade, can you hear us?
Oh, I think he has a low quality connection.
Hello, Upgrade.
His connection needs an upgrade.
I think he cannot hear our voice clearly.
I think he needs to stop.
Doesn't look good for the Upgrade internet. Upgrade it, please.
Upgrade, can you hear us? I got a feeling he's in Ukraine or something, because I don't know. There's a Ukrainian vibe. Oh, he's
somewhere
not
really.
looking.
He's moving.
No, I don't think it's Ukrainian. He gave his email and that.
Hi, can hear you. Can you hear us? He say hello, but he's lagging so badly.
Yeah, you need to upgrade your connection.
Lagging crazy.
Well, at least he has a.
Can you introduce yourself?
Nice,
can you hear us?
A nice Chinese.
You cannot hear
us
clearly. There's no point in trying.
Okay, because if he cannot communicate, I have to remove him. See, so
yes, I think he is out.
Yeah.
Maybe he will be able to come back soon, but for the moment,
let's talk about what RL is drinking.
I have to put in a tariff. Hi, Tarif.
Hi, guys.
Tarif. Hey.
Hello.
Long time no see.
Long time.
Lovely discussion today, gentlemen.
Wait, you guys saw the news about the US sending cluster munitions to Ukraine, right? What do you guys think about it? I will like Dan to speak about it as he has served in the military, because I've read a few reports about cluster munitions of the American Army by Human Rights Watch, and all of the reports have said that they have a very high failure rates. I'm not sure about the Russian ones. I've not found any report that's about their failure rates, but I've seen that American cluster munitions, especially the ones that were used in the Gulf War, and the ones that are being provided to Ukraine now, those are the same ones, have a very high failure rate. But I think they would provide a more advanced one, because Biden has said that they would provide a more advanced one. But I still think it's not below the 1% rate, because the Congress doesn't allow the U.S. To export cluster munitions with a failure rate above 1%. But I don't think it's being followed right now. I think they're just ignoring that rule.
Can I jump in real quick before Dan answers? Just to give a heads up. So remember the last OM when France was in riots, Ariel was missing? Ariel is half Algerian. We know what he was doing.
You cannot expose him. He was busy,
RL is half everything, He's half Algerian, half Vietnamese, half Chinese, half French, half Belgian.
I think it
even
was
Moroccan.
Korean.
I'm sorry. Dan, take it.
Talking about munitions like that, Red. A long time ago, while the war was happening, I predicted that there would be more mines used, whether they be offensive or defensive. You're starting to see that the Russians are using mines a lot more often, so it's only a matter of time, like the Ukrainians getting these type of weapons, because it is a very safe weapon to use. You throw it and you forget about it. All right? So no matter what side is using it, it's a very effective way to get in your enemy's brain. I would say that it's really bad that the United States is giving this kind of weapon, because we know, at least I know, that the Ukrainians are not the best at keeping track of their munitions and actually being responsible with it. So I think it's going to be devastating, right? I think it's just going to add on to the things that I keep saying. It's going to take 1,000 years to clear. Yeah, what's up,
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about it, because the Ukrainians have actually used their Soviet era cluster munitions to actually bomb the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. Like it has been documented, and a lot of it has landed there. And I think there is a unexploded one that is still there for after months. And I guess you guys have seen it. It's basically that that Russian official showing that this missile turned 180. I'm not sure if you guys have seen it, but yeah, it was kind of funny. But it actually came from the Ukrainian side. There was a few analysis later about it. But the thing I'm worried about is that the Ukrainians don't always won't use it like effectively. Like they'll bomb the nuclear power plant, or you guys know that they have bombed Donetsk with cluster munitions, like those green small green mines. Have you guys seen it? The small green mines have used to bomb like civilian areas in Donetsk. So
yeah,
those are the most. Yeah, those battle mines. That's the biggest concern, and them shelling civilians with those cluster munitions, and them shelling the nuclear power plant. These two are the biggest concerns. But I think they might have some effect on the battlefield, because cluster munitions, after all, are really good military weapons. They're really effective in clearing trenches. So I think it might have an effect in the war, a really good effect in the war.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Oh, let me just jump into cluster munitions, if you don't mind.
Go.
Just to remind you that petal mines, those used by Ukrainians, are typically used against infantry or humans.
Yeah,
are not used against vehicles, anti-personnel. But what the United States will send will probably be more geared towards anti-vehicles, lightly or more heavily armored, which might indicate a shift in the tactics or the strategy of the Ukrainians, because you don't use cluster munition in a place that you will invade. Makes no sense, especially if your mining assets are not that good. So I think it's kind of how to say a revelation of that the Ukrainians will go in the defensive and stop their offensive.
the problem with the cluster munitions Ukraine will use is that if they use it very heavily on Russian positions, when they reach those positions, those mines might like work on them instead. So that's a big concern too, because a lot of the U.S. cluster munitions have a really high failure rate, as I mentioned.
If I understood you correctly, RL, you say that these cluster bombs, are actually to defend instead of advancing, right?
They can't go in the offensive because of those cluster munitions, especially if their demining stuff is not up to the task. And that's kind of revelation for me about the current Ukrainian offensive that didn't really go very well.
Go on, Taras.
I just wanted to quickly add here, gentlemen, that what I found most interesting was General Mark Milley's latest press conference, where he asked the press reporters to be a little more patient because he anticipates the counteroffensive to be an 8-week campaign. Based on my counts, we are already more than halfway into it. We're in the 5th week at it already. And last week, Russia has unleashed devastation on every single Ukrainian counteroffensive out there. We actually saw Ukrainians changing tactics within the last 2 weeks, when most of their MRAPs and heavier vehicles were destroyed by the landmines based by the Russians, which is when Ukrainians stopped using heavy vehicles and started to deploy infantries down the front line. But even that has not been enough to really, change the front lines or make any meaningful progress. So this is just my 2 cents out there. The idea of application of cluster munitions at this moment seems like an act of desperation. It is a way to maybe instill a little more fear of unpredictability and chaos within the Russian ranks. Because if you're a soldier on the front lines, cluster munitions are your worst nightmare because they're indiscriminate, they're random, they're chaotic. And right now, the weather in Ukraine with the rain and the muddy waters, these cluster munitions will be very, very difficult to identify, even when you're doing very careful patrolled walks. So the gist that I get from it is this is a desperate attempt to create a stalemate in the front line because the Russians have caught momentum and the Ukrainian counteroffensive is not going very well. Please go ahead.
No,
I would say that it's very
if the terrain is muddy, okay. If the terrain is muddy, then there's a high chance. There's a much higher failure rate because cluster munitions like explode on contact, right? And if the contact is too weak, they don't explode. So if the terrain is soft, they won't explode.
Not just contact.
Yeah.
But the thing here that you guys are not understanding is, okay, they have been using cluster bombs before. Why? The thing is the moral question, which is the West sending such weapons. 123 countries, I think, are against the use of these weapons. And many countries in the West, especially in the European Union, have been having difficulty to deal with it because they campaign against the use of these weapons for a long, long time. So we even see the civil society in the UK, in many other countries, in Belgium and so on, presenting a very aggressive reaction. The Americans already have been saying. The Americans already have been saying this is becoming a very difficult decision. They might have to go to step back.
So what? It's like the use of mines. It's prohibited, except for the countries who didn't sign the paper that prohibits mines.
I know, RL, but there is support. It's the West sending them. It's not just the US sending them. It's the whole European Union and NATO as well. And this is bad for perception, and they realize it.
They've been sending.
I have a question. Prata. The West make the rules, so there is no difference.
Let's Jordan speak a bit.
Yes.
They've been sending cluster munition for a long time now. There's examples of petal mines. There's multiple types of cluster munitions. You can call. You have remote mining type. You have petal mines. You have airburst cluster munition. So there are videos from previous months about how they act. They they show how devastating those airburst cluster munition against the trenching. There's video how the at least 15 Wagners were killed around Klishchivka with those airburst cluster munition. Petal mines, for years now they've been using it against civilians, because petal mines are mostly for civilians. They're kind of not working well against the military. And remote mining. They've been the Russians been complaining about remote mining since Vuhledar. That's why the Vuhledar offensive by Russians didn't succeed. They were talking about remote mining by Ukrainians using cluster munition. There's like 3 mines inside a shell that spread around where they shoot like 5 kilometers up to 8 kilometers distance. I think they can mine. So after the failed attack, the Russians will be coming back to their starting point, and that's where the remote mining was done to them, and they wouldn't expect any mines from where they started. So and it happened in the meantime while they were attacking. So that's how they got many losses during Vuhledar. That was 2 months ago, or maybe 3 months ago, when it was happening. So this is just something to talk about. It's nothing new.
And to add to
it's nothing new.
To what
it's
he
been
said,
happening.
The U.S. cluster ammunition do not explode on what 3% of the munition don't explode, and for the remote mining it's 100%. Okay, there is less mine, but the mine is really built to do this kind of dirty job, to stay low and to kill personnel who is going to come by a few days later. The cluster bomb, they are not built for that. They are just built to kill instantly the people who are there, and some of them have default. Maybe they are never going to explode. Maybe they are going to explode 5 minutes later, or maybe 2 days later. We don't know. But I think the remote mining is way worse than the classic cluster munition.
Right. But the thing is as well, like some people were saying that there is a
question.
kind
I have a question. Sorry for interruption, because I have to leave soon. I haven't followed the war actively for quite some time, but to me it seems is that the West now providing more diverse cluster munition is also a sign that Ukraine is not, or is perhaps not doing so well as maybe they have portrayed Ukraine that be doing. So I think maybe this is also a kind of a clear signal from Western media's perspective, because they have been very active in promoting Ukraine, but with them providing cluster munition and then the diversity of it would introduce a different dynamic to the war, as to where Ukraine is probably not doing too well. But then again, I haven't followed the war.
Have you guys seen that when Biden was asked like why they were providing cluster munitions, he said that they were the Ukrainians were running out of ammunition. He literally said that. Have you guys seen that video?
Yeah.
Well,
Biden has admitted like
also,
the Ukrainians are running out of ammunition, so that's why they're providing cluster munitions.
This is a sign of desperation.
I think
they're desperation.
I think they're doing that because
I think the US doesn't have any more 155mm shells to provide to Ukraine. So
it's not about that.
Not providing
the change of tactics is very effective, because most of the military act from day to day the same. They behave the same, doing the same things over and over. So the change of tactics, change of ammunition is what they have to adjust to, and it's usually every new weaponry and ammunition is always devastating, because they're not expecting such type of attack. So that's more important than what type of the game changer they talk about. But it's more about changing the tactics not being adjusted to the, and what ammunition is used, it's actually changing of the tactics, or they have to adjust quickly, otherwise they will be devastated. So that's why this offensive is acting like this.
Every time
Attack with
they
armor, then they change in just with infantry, and now they change in how they attack with infantry. That's what I'm hearing from the military on the front.
every time the West send new things to them, they say it's a game changer. I feel nothing changed, but they dying quicker so far.
Shadowy, you want to add something?
They just need to give up.
Yes, please. I think
Dan,
one day,
also give
one of
Dan.
the
Let me
reasons.
just go, Shadowy.
Dan,
Shadowy,
you
let
want
me
to
just go.
speak?
I'm gonna go.
Okay, go.
What I think is this: in war, you want to impose your style on the enemy, right? This is the best way to win a war. I don't think it's a bad idea if Ukraine gets these cluster munitions. I think it's something that's going to work well for them for a little bit. Like anything else, the first unit that experiences this weapon is going to be devastated. This is a fact. Whenever you encounter a new enemy, whether it be technology or a more elite unit, you're going to be devastated. So we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. We can all speculate, but I will just wait and see. The dumbest thing the West does is say, hey, we're going to send this. So that's not always a good idea. And I'll leave you with that. Have a good day, gentlemen. If you want to follow me, my channel is Wild Siberia. I live in Russia, and I make videos from inside Russia. Thanks, DPA, for giving us the platform.
Okay, Dan.
Hey,
Stop
you're a
with
real
the
fucking
propaganda.
Frenchman. Z.
Yeah, so before
Shadowy,
anyone
you want to
goes,
continue?
I also want.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry, Shadowy, because I also have to leave. In
Red, you have
Asia,
a
it
noise.
is midnight. So,
Red, can you mute? It's a
a quick
noise.
shout out to NGS because he's pretty much a household name by now. And then another shout out to Red. Basically, when I was 14, I was too busy breakdancing rather than talking about politics and war. So again, shout out to you guys. It was fun. Have a great chat.
Anyway, we want to see you breakdancing.
Man, if I break dance now, I will break myself. I will promise you, I will never come back alive in one piece. I will die. But here it is midnight. I need to go sleep. And I'm not going to kill
Okay,
myself.
have a good one. Have a good one, Mike.
Enjoy them open.
You'll survive.
Aye, man. Catch you guys
See you
later.
soon, man.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
So I was saying that I think one of the reasons for the West to send cluster ammunition to Ukraine is because a lot of the classic ammunition stockpile is actually very low. And they have to decide from what they have left what to send. And maybe it's part of the reason that they no longer have available to be sent classic ammunition. Maybe
that's
he's going
true.
to tell us.
Shadowy, I heard you.
The thing about the Western arms industry is that they focus on more expensive precision weapons. So their like the volume of production is very low. Like they produce more expensive precision weapons, while the Russian industry, much bigger, produces much cheaper and much less accurate weapons. But they have a huge quantity of ammunition. So that results in them having an advantage in the war of attrition in Ukraine, because expensive precision
That's a
guided
good
munitions.
assessment, but also just to add
no,
what you're saying,
okay.
there's also in the military industrial complex to get that's a good point. I'm just going to add to what you're saying is if you have old stocks that are about to reach the end of their life, you need to use them. One way is to then give them. So then the military industrial complex has to replenish those, and then there's a financial benefit. So I just suggest to you, hypothetically, that a lot of the ammunition that might be being sent is getting near to or about to exceed the expiry date where these munitions are viable. So just to add to your thinking, Red, go on.
Especially batteries in those anti-tank weapons. They're using a lot of batteries, and that's what's shown with those anti-tank weapons, that many batteries didn't last when they were trying to use them. And of course, also they didn't use them, so they didn't know how to use them properly. So they say they were trying to aim for a long time, and battery, since it doesn't hold the capacity as it's when it's new, it cannot do it properly. It cannot target. And there is many even reports about those anti-tank weapons that were just losing the trajectory during the flight, that they were losing probably lost the battery power, so they couldn't calculate the trajectory and hitting the tank. That's what was the big problem, because of the time that were storage.
Mehdi, please. We are listening.
No, you're exactly right, Euro Jordan.
Please,
think of your phone or your laptop. Sorry?
Mehdi, please.
You're muted.
Unmute.
Shadow.
You're
Mehdi,
muted.
you gotta unmute yourself, man.
Mehdi.
Oh, how about the old man remembers to turn on his mic? We'll do that. All right. Hey, everybody. How you doing? Red,
Hey.
I do remember you. Don't get upset. I just didn't place that with you. So.
Yeah, I was talking to you in Discord, right?
Right. We got to think about the use, because there's a difference. I see a lot of pictures of the cluster bomb units that they're showing. Those are not the same as the 155 millimeter ammunition cluster bomb units that they're being delivered. Yes, they're out of men, but they're running low on stocks. But the other thing is look what they think that they're coming up against is large groups of men that are going to be dispersed in an area that you use these units to be able to wipe out, because you can't just exactly pinpoint every person. You use a CBU to cover a large area, and to be able to clear it of people or to put it in front of people. And that's why I want to bring this up, because Biden said during this conversation, when this was being brought up, that he said that the Ukrainians need tanks to put in front of the Russians. I think part of this is because this is really the only artillery that's going to help them right now. You know, if they send it out, the 155 millimeters, it all depends on what density they put. You know, are they going to spread it all out across the line and hope to be able to use it, whenever, or are they going to put it in a more dense area where it actually can be used to protect or to get ahead of units as they're deploying? That's like the best time to use them is right before they deploy and they're in column. So there's a big difference, because the cluster bomb unit you see is delivered either by cruise missile or by airframe. It is not the same as the 155 ammunition cluster munition. And I'll just stop there.
I just want to add really quickly that I went through a tour of Nairobi 2 weeks ago, and it's very refreshing to hear the perspective of the Russia-Ukraine war from the African continent, because we rarely get insights from there. But what I really want to emphasize on is I want to leapfrog off what Kyle just said about the military-industrial complex wanting to recycle the ammo supply. Right, your clients need to deplete their ammo in order for you to sell some fresh ammo to them. A lot of stuff, surprisingly, that is meant to go to Ukraine isn't going to Ukraine. And it's a very, very sketchy thing to discuss in this forum right now. I just want to say, consider the fact that there is an active war about to begin in Sudan right now. And right next to my country, Bangladesh, is where a massive insurgency is taking place in Myanmar, which is also making its ways into the northeast of India. And we've been very, very surprised to find really fresh and exotic weapons of Western origin in the photographs and the videos of the reports that come out of that place. And I was firsthand witness to well, some sketchy shipments in the port of Mombasa. I don't want to say any more, but a lot of stuff that's meant to go to Ukraine isn't ending up in Ukraine.
You have to remember that the Ukrainian army has succeeded to sell on black market an aircraft carrier. When you're able to do that, you're able to do everything.
Did you know that some of the equipment that the United States sent to Ukraine previous to the war, what would happen? It would get to the Ukraine. Ukraine would designate it as excess to surplus, and then they would turn around and sell it to a country that we were not allowed to sell it to. That was a big grift going on in the Ukraine for years.
It's really a specialty, the black market.
You have to take into consideration that the Ukrainian army is very corrupt, and basically when the US provided weapons and the whole West provided weapons, they have not taken any measures. They have not taken any counter-corruption measures. They have just provided the weapons. They have not taken any steps to make sure those weapons don't end up in the wrong hands. Because you see, when the IMF provide loans, they make the countries to take corruption measures and stuff and make reforms, so the money doesn't go to waste. But that's not happening in Ukraine. The money is just flowing in, and it is up to the Ukrainian bureaucrats or the generals or the people who get those weapons. It's up to them where the weapons will go. Will it go to the front, or will it go to Africa or somewhere else? So there's no way to
sorry, Red and Medi, sorry, but that's Russia propaganda. Sorry.
No. That was made on purpose, Red, because a big part of those weapons provided to Ukraine ended up in Syria under the hands of the rebels. A lot of those weapons are actually found in Mali, in Central Africa.
This is not Russian propaganda. There was a report by CBS News about how
but
30% of weapons.
What happened to that reportage? They took that off the air. So
yeah,
Voss, I just want to add, either I saw what I saw in Mombasa or I was high on mushrooms.
I think Voss is joking, guy.
Of course, I'm joking.
Oh, I thought you were serious. Sorry. I thought
really important.
The guy,
I thought you were serious.
Read what this T-shirt is saying. You understand?
I thought you were serious.
If you hear something you want to be true, like to be true, hope to be true, always challenge it. If you hear something you don't want to be true, hope's not true, don't automatically disbelieve it. Important thing people need, and not just people in this forum, the natural human instinct is to want to believe something that you like. It doesn't mean it's true. Also, the reverse is true. Just because you hear something you don't like doesn't mean it's not true or right. This challenge that on YouTube and others we have in facing the mainstream media, because that voice convinces so many people of things and people automatically believe it. Always challenge what you were told, not just to automatically disbelieve or believe, but challenge, why is this true? And let me check and qualify this statement. That's the best advice I could give you. As a father, not that I'm your father, but as a father, that's the best advice I could give you.
That's what I learned from following this war. I've been doing this from I never believe everything I see. I try to verify them all the time. Even going researching for hours to verify something.
Also look at who is saying that. Which media, which is the owner of that media. It will give you a lot of indication.
Where is the source? What is the source? Who is the source?
Yeah, that's a really good point, RL, because there's about five or six in the Western mainstream media. There are 5 or 6 people or entities that control the message. Okay, they might have 6 newspapers or 2 television stations. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I'm not being specific, but yes, they control the message, and whatever they're saying permeates through the print media, newspapers, television, movies, online. You really need to go beyond to channels like Wyatt's and others, and Telegram and others, to really find all the information, and you make the decision. You get the information. Don't
Yeah,
just accept
you got to unmute yourself,
I will
dude.
make my own decision.
Yeah, I would like to say something about this. Like, I want to ask you guys a question. Like, where do you guys generally get your information from? Like, this question was previously asked in like Open Mic 11. So I want to ask this to you guys again. As
BBC.
Shadow, let's go one by one. Shadow, you can start. Where do you get your information? Let's just like speak one by one.
A lot of different
before we
places,
move
and I
on,
try to yes, Mehdi, yes.
Before we move on, I just wanted to say, my last thing about the CBU units and stuff like that is that we have to remember too, is once they're fired, they don't care who they kill. So they become your problem if you're going to be passing through that area. And that's the reason why when you're using these things, you really have to think about where you're using them, what for. Because if you're using them, just tossing them all over the place, it's going to wind up killing your own men if you're going to be in advance. So, and I'll stop there. I'm sorry.
So about the media I follow the BBC too, and one very low-level newspaper in France, 20 minutes for RL. And I follow, of course, a lot of people on YouTube and Telegram for the true news, I would say.
Yeah, I get my information from BBC because you never get wrong with the BBC. It's the best source in the world.
That.
It's the best source in the world.
100% through intelligence every time.
Yeah.
And they absolutely don't work with ME6 or ME5. Never.
Never.
If you're a pedophile, BBC loves you.
Okay, let's get this to.
Who said that?
Yeah, well, what is great with French mainstream media, you listen to them and you invert everything they are telling you, and you are closer to the truth.
Jordan.
That's why I'm still listening to French mainstream media, but I invert everything they are saying. And also, I'm also watching news from Iran, news from China, news from Russia, news from Africa, news from Telegram, from YouTube.
What I do is I triangulate on
mainstream media, which is great, is you take what they are telling you and you invert everything. Because I really believe, that's personal, I really believe that the owners of those media are Freemason or Satanist. And for those people, the inversion of things is a core ID.
That's a
good
core
is
European
bad,
value.
great is small, and things like that. Because they are believers. They are believing in chaos, in killing people to get a bless from God and things like that. That's what I really believe.
Well said.
God is great.
Let's not insult our audience. I mean, I think most people which come to this channel that they don't, which want to hear alternative views. So I don't think they want to have an explanation why you should follow different media. I think it speaks for itself. But to go back to the artillery discussion, to be honest, is that you cannot just use any artillery for any purpose, and that there's a lot of different kind of artillery tactics. For example, you can have suppression of the enemy, you can have like a curtain of fire, you can have like the whole area. So not every munitions is fit for every purpose. And the fact that the Russians are defending means that cluster munitions are not very effective, to my opinion, because it helps if the enemy is in the open, if you know what I mean, if they're in a column or if they're on the field. And of course, cluster munitions, perfect. You destroy their vehicles, or at least damage them, you destroy their men. But when they're in the trenches, Of course, maybe one of the clusters would drop into a trench. No big deal. So cluster munitions, I think this is a sign of desperation. And Biden admitted this. Why can't somebody in the White House not just shut the F up about this kind of thing? You say, like, yeah, we're going to send in the cluster munitions in anticipation that we catch up with the munition production. I mean, who needs spies anymore if you're so open about your own situation? Honestly, it's just mind-boggling. And it's not going to help the offensive.
I'm not sure I got all of Ruud's.
Sorry. So
I'm not sure I got all
Can
of
I jump
Ruud's
in?
message, but I think basically agree that cluster munitions are normally going to help a defender more.
But yeah, I just want to jump in really quickly, Sikhal. Well, I can agree with you. I can agree with what Dan said in the beginning, where the cluster munitions right now is only an attempt to maybe change the tactics in the front line to get the initiative from the Ukrainian side. But also, Jordan was very kind enough to mention that cluster
Someone else
munitions
going to
right
speak,
now might
or
be just
I was wondering. I thought someone else was speak.
Oh, sorry. Who's speaking now?
You?
Not me.
All right. I just wanted to add really quickly that I wanted to go back to Red's question because his question, I believe, is very, very important on this forum, considering he's 14 years old. And it is his particular demographic that will be extremely vulnerable to massive amounts of misinformation and data manipulation, because he is going to grow up in an era where, we will have AI-driven news, AI-driven videos, and AI-driven, falsification of information. So in my opinion is in order to truly find the truth of the matter, we have to find the middle ground between two polar extremes. So I prefer the dialectic method. I'm going to triangulate on a topic and I'm going to look at all the extreme rhetoric from every possible outlet that that topic has to offer. And then the truth will be somewhere in between that. But like you said, we live in a society where, like information, like raw data is more or less unavailable now. It's a privilege now. You have to spend extreme amounts of money to collect it. And we're all susceptible to misinformation at this moment, which is why a forum like Wyatt is a very good alternative to the whatever is happening in the mainstream media, because over here, we have the luxury of fact checking each other. I can say all kinds of bullshit and you're going to put me on the spot right here. This is where, real news will happen, at least in our lifetime, till YouTube blocks us out eventually.
I want to explain a bit what's happening now in the stream. So there is a few people whose internet is really bad, so they are lagging. So when they lagging means, right, whatever they are hearing is 1 to 2 seconds slow. So when they hear something, they respond, then you respond, and then it will be like 4 seconds later, then he will start to then so like just now, like Sikhal's internet is very bad. So when he was reacting, he's so confused because of the lag. I think Root is a little bit lagging as well. And then Upgrade is back. No, Upgrade is back. No, Upgrade, you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Yes.
Wonderful. Yeah, hello everyone. I'm a big fan of the show. Like I said to Wyatt, it's pretty neutral. I like that. If it's good for the Ukrainians, it's good for the Ukrainians. If it's bad for the Russians, bad for the Russian. We need to accept it. It is how it is. I'm from Switzerland. Double nationality. I'm also French. I've been abroad also in China working here. Hello? Huh?
Yeah, you guys shouldn't interrupt. You see, once you interrupt, people get confused because the internet today is very wonky. Russia's fault. So
okay, I'll just
sorry,
finish it real quick. So yeah, I've been abroad, living and working in China. I know a little bit the mentality from there. I know the mentality of the East because I have a Russian wife, and I've been living and studying my entire life in Europe. So I know both sides. So it's pretty funny when I see both sides hoping at each other.
So do you have problem with your wife due to this war?
No, not at all. It's actually something we talked about at the beginning, and then afterwards it's just like, what can she do, you know? Nothing. So we're just waiting till it's over so we can travel and go to places we would like to go, because some places are not available for Russians right now, so it's a little bit difficult.
Oh, so she's still on a Russian passport now?
She has Russian passport, but she has like permits because she's married to me. So it's okay, I can travel in European Union, but yeah, some places where we want to go abroad, they have pretty hard visa restriction for Russian citizens. Now, all of a sudden, you know, even if you're married to some Swiss person, so it's quite annoying. Yeah.
So you're based in Switzerland now? You're in Switzerland now?
I just at the border town in Basel. It's just near the French and the German border. Some people who know Alsace, it's just in the south of Alsace. It's the north of Switzerland, yes.
So I blame the mountains for the internet. So the mountains what? Okay. So I'm going to swap myself out for Papa Roach. Bye-bye.
What we were talking about.
So
I say we should probably move on.
I was talking about we're talking about cluster munitions, right? I would also like to add something. The Ukrainians can also they can use the cluster munitions if they get more advanced ones. They can use them to strike Russian bases because they're very effective. Because early on in the war, like in March 2022, the Russians used the cluster munitions to bomb these huge storage facilities in Kharkiv. They were very big and they were not easy to destroy with one cruise missile strike or Iskander or anything. They needed a lot of they were very big and needed a lot of missiles to destroy. So what the Russians did about those huge storage facilities that the Ukrainians were probably using is that they rained down a lot of cluster munitions on those huge storage facilities, and with that a lot of those huge storage facilities were destroyed very badly. So the Ukrainians could also use them in the same way, because the Ukrainians already have like a Storm Shadow, HIMARS, and they've been using it to strike Russian bases behind the front lines. They can use the cluster munitions, and cluster munitions, when they strike the Russian bases or Russian storage facilities, they can be really deadly if they successfully reach the place. But
cluster ammunition could be really efficient against air base.
I mean,
if the plane are not protected in a special bunker, they could be destroyed by the cluster ammunition.
One thing that to point out is the Ukrainians could just be crazy enough to, head into their own cluster munitions. They might be.
But that's a huge risk. That's a huge risk because a lot of the cluster munitions will remain unexploded, and when the Ukrainians, if they reach the place where they previously fired on, it might work. It might explode on the Ukrainians themselves. So that's also a concern for them.
That's what I was talking about.
Hey guys,
just on that, because the cluster munitions is really important to link it to the mines, the air-delivered mines. Red, I think, or someone just mentioned about the Ukrainians or one side walking over their own deployed munitions. We've seen this with the air-deployed mines. So one side can, with artillery systems or aircraft systems, deployed mines, and then their own troops have to maneuver across them. So that's a good point, whether it was Red or someone else mentioned. You've always got to be thoughtful. Normally when you lay a minefield, you plot it out so you know where it is. But with indiscriminate laying of minefields or these bomblets or cluster munitions, you can't be confident, and that can then inhibit you or cause a real problem when you move forward.
Those hey guys, can I suggest we move on?
Can be there is one thing about these munitions, and it is the humanitarian side of it, is that what they found is that these pedal mines especially, they get caught up in trees, they're hung up in roofs of houses and stuff, and some gale comes on 3 months later, blows them down, and you have kids without legs. And that's the bad thing about it. And as far as I know, it is the Ukraine that's the only one that's used cluster pedal mines, and they did it in Mariupol, and they shot them off into the parks and the streets. And if you remember, they had to get tanks out there to run over to make paths for them to be able to start to clear them up. So, somebody was mentioning in chat about the humanitarian side of it, and there is, that part of it, because like it said, once they're fired, they don't care who they kill. That's the problem with them. So, I'll stop there, move on, whatever.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind focusing on a different topic if you don't mind. Hi, everyone. I'm thinking now we've got the NATO summit coming up within the next week or so. What do we think the decisions are going to be made there, and what repercussions do we think they'll have on the battlefield? Because I'm thinking right now it's a bit of a lull. It seems like the two sides are still fighting, but I'm not seeing a whole lot or hearing a whole lot about the front right now. And I wonder if the NATO summit will change it in any way.
There might be an official announcement of sending F-16s to Ukraine, because they have not officially announced it yet, but they're still training their pilots. There is an official announcement needed for, they always officially announce it. And for example, the Leopards, they were training them beforehand, but they announced it later officially. So I think there might be an official announcement for the F-16s that they will provide them to Ukraine. That's what I think. I'm not sure if this will come true. That's just a prediction.
I'm glad you're muted.
I'm glad you're muted.
You're muted. You need to unmute your microphone if you want to jump in.
Yeah. So for me, the F-16s, I don't understand the hype around it. If the opposite side has the best air defense system in the entire world, what's gonna these planes bring? I'm not a military expert. I also did some military in the Swiss Army, but even a child can understand that. I mean, great, have F-16s, but they get shot down constantly, even their Soviet era planes. And about the summit, Zelensky said he would not even attend if they don't give him any kind of proposition about entering NATO. So I don't know what you think about it.
I don't know. I think that if Zelensky doesn't, get some sort of commitment for additional troops, I'm talking about, foreign troops, I would consider that a failure for him. I think they're at the point now where they don't have a whole lot of people left. Yeah, Mehdi, what's up?
Well, you can have all the people in the world, but if you don't have people to use it, it's of no use.
If you look at it from an overall perspective and just pull back from it, what does it matter what NATO thinks right now? Russia doesn't care. They only have one other step, and that's to use the threat of nuclear war, because no matter what NATO decides to do, even if it gathered all of its troops, accessible tanks and everything, and it was even close to the numbers that they tell us we have, but they ain't telling you about all the junkyard Nancy's sitting out there that are just parts. Even if they got it all together, they would have to ship it, most of it, across the Atlantic to get it import to even get there to close to fighting the Russians. So the only thing I can see is a bunch of crying and finger pointing and some maybe very harshly said words. But other than that, what can they do?
I was going to say, with the F-16 real quick, I mean, in the 80s, it was a great plane, and it might have had some advantages over the Russians if there had been a Cold War. They have the upgraded Viper, and it's a really good platform. It's a good fighter. It's a good strike fighter. It's, it can do a lot of jobs, and it can probably fire a lot of standoff weapons, which it would be great for. But even when it was designed to do all that, it was, granted, most of the time it's been flying in unopposed, but it was designed to go in. But then when it was designed to go in, it was like, yeah, we're going to be going in with AWACS and SEAD and, this, and the F-16s are going to hit the ground targets. F-15s are going to provide air cover. You know, if F-117s are going to hit strategic targets. I mean, the F-16s are good, but again, it's good when it's in a combination on a team. I mean, by itself, it's probably good, but you know, what F-16 pilots are the best in the world? Probably Americans, maybe some of the NATO ones, and of course the Israelis. The Ukrainians, and those guys would still get chewed up in a Russian air defense SAM belt. So you can imagine how much worse it's going to be for the guys in the F-16s. I mean, the only thing they provide is a standoff option, but we had that too. But the thing is we would have sent up like 100 F-16s and fired 100 Storm Shadows, you know, to try to hit the target in 1988. Whereas today they will fire 2 or 3 and hope they make it.
Bunch of Top Gun propaganda as well. Don't forget.
Yeah. So Blake brings in a couple of really important points here. That once there is no one platform or capability that exists in itself, it's a system of. I hate to use this word, but a system of systems. It's the F-16, but you've got the AWACS and you've got the jammers and you've got all these other things in your air superiority aircraft. So one platform in itself it doesn't add you anything if it's acting in isolation. So that's a good point, Fact.
Yeah.
Then there's the second point is the training.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so the first thing is no system acts in itself. The system of systems, it's a terrible phrase, but it's a true phase. You have a compilation of capabilities that act together to give you an effect, and you're always looking for the military effect. The second thing is you can give someone the best capability, the best equipment, the best tank, the best fighter, but if they're not trained to use it, they will not use it as well. Now, I heard a story, and I don't know if it's true, from the Iraq War back in 1991. And an American said, if we had the T-72s and the Iraqis had the M1s, we would still have won. And it was about training, capability, integration, logistics support, all of these things. Now, whether that's true or not, let's put it aside. But to add to Fake's point, it's not just what you've got, it's how well you can use it and how it uses with other systems. Over to others.
And the other thing real quick with the F-16, I mean, it can do all those jobs. It can do air superiority, it could do ground attack, and it could do SEAD. But the thing is, that would have to be the United States because we're the only ones that would have enough F-16s that could be a few hundred for SEAD, a few hundred for air attack, a few hundred for air superiority. What are the Ukrainians going to get, 20? So you're going to have to use them all for air superiority or all for like standoff attacks. And that's it. So you're basically, I mean, like you were saying, putting your hand together like that, you know, you put this system together and it projects a massive amount of firepower and force combined. I mean, the F-16 is excellent. It can do it by itself, you know, like flying over Afghanistan when nobody's shooting at it and there's no enemy fighters. You know, it can do its own job. But in Russia or Ukraine or like even on the DMZ or any place like that, that's not, there's no comparison to what it's going to go through.
But it gives them more options for munitions, though.
Yeah,
so they're going to have they're going to have a Western platform that they can put Western munitions on. So they'll be able to funnel more munitions, most likely standoff, long-range attack stuff, where they can bolt it onto the airframe versus.
Why exactly F-16? It's a small plane, low maintenance comparing to the rest of the Western airplanes. It's really low maintenance airplane. And
it's a good mass production aircraft.
Yes, and also it's produced to carry huge variety of weaponry that Americans would like to supply to charge full price while it's all the weapons. And another thing, it's a small aircraft. It could hide, but it also good with adding modular electronic systems that can really hide it. And actually, why they need it now, they saying because of the so many alligators are destroying their armor. So they would like to use F-16, the airplanes, against the Russian helicopters. That's what they're desperate about. They're asking for it, but that's really too close to the front line. Too much.
They've been asking them
close.
way before the choppers came in, though. They've been begging for them for a while.
True. Medley, I think you want to say something?
Well, I think part of the problem is that, you know, we talk about these F-16s like they're God's gift to the world, and you know, this has been the whole problem the whole time. We assume Russian systems are all shit and they're untrained people. It's totally incorrect. I think we're seeing it by now. ISW themselves, and I've brought it up several times, said we are behind. We would never be able to face them, Russian ground forces in the Baltics, because of the air cover that they bring with them. They said that Ukraine wouldn't be able to do it. We wouldn't be able to do it together. And add to that, they said that we are lacking almost a generation behind in electronic warfare. And to about the T-72 tank and the M1 Abrams, I can tell you right now that that's a really, I don't think so, because we had thermal sights and guns that could reach them, and the T-72s couldn't reach us. It was a matter of distance and being able to kill them before you could see them. I was a tank commander, so we've actually had a discussion before about that, but not to shoot you down on it. It's just something that we've talked about.
Hey, also on the F-16, Rick, like in the American doctrine, even though we and I'll shut up. Even though we have all that stuff meshed together to form this great firepower package, we were still expecting to have massive amounts of losses on those air attacks, protecting bombers, sending bombers in, all that stuff. Even with that perfect package, we were still going to get attrited on that. So you can imagine how many times it is going to be worse for the Ukrainian guys if they're flying those. I'll shut up.
I want to add something to what Mehdi said, because it's true that Russians are really good at electronic warfare, because you guys have seen like when the HIMARS first came, they were like actually really good, but now you don't see them, because a few weeks ago or months ago, I forgot, the CNN released an article which stated that HIMARS is not effective as before because the Russians use electronic warfare, and as the HIMARS uses GPS for its for targeting, they miss their targets a lot due to Russians having a really good electronic warfare system. There's a lot of more cases. The Ukrainians have also said that Russians are really good at electronic warfare.
Russians have,
there are a lot of more cases.
Let's let Upgrade have a speak, because I think Upgrade wants to say something, but
there was
we can talk about electronic warfare in a minute. Upgrade?
No, I have something to say. Okay.
Yeah, about my point before about overhyping the F-16s, that's not like it's a bad plane, right? Like it's explained here on the panel pretty well. It's just that you need a huge amount, and you need to pass the air defense system, and you need to combine it with a lot of things, with tank, with infantry, and they must work in perfection. And the Russian lines are 6 lines deep, and I just wanted to talk also about the advances of the Ukrainian army, because even if the Russians defend quite well and retreat and don't want to have contact with the enemy, the Ukrainians still make advances. So I'm just wondering, what do you think, when they're gonna stop them definitely, and how long it will take?
I mean, the Ukrainians haven't reached the first defensive line. They still haven't reached the first defensive line.
I know, Ariel. I'm not saying that they're doing it fast or that they're good at it, but they're making advances. We cannot deny it.
They're making advances, but still not to the first defensive line. And then you have the second, and the third, and the fourth, and the fifth, and the sixth, or whatever.
They're changing tactics while in this offensive. First, they attacked with armors,
please,
columns.
just for the F-16, I will add something. I want to add something about
Go
the
ahead.
F-16. There is something that everybody forgets. It's about the ground crews. For an F-16, I was speaking with Achoyo, who was part of a ground crews for the US Air Force, so we know what we're speaking about. He was telling me that for a combat mission for an F-16, you need 18 people on the ground who works all the night. And he could fly one mission the tomorrow morning. And for Sukhoi 25, you with the same ground crews, you could fly 6 missions a day, several consecutive days. They have done it in Syria. So what I think about the F-16, it's a very good plane for 1 or 2 battles. But for a war, it's not a good plane. It's the same problem with a lot of NATO weapons. Very good for just 1 battle. Very bad for a long war.
Even if
but that's
you guys,
the lowest
even if
maintenance of all. F-16 is the lowest maintenance of all the Western airplanes. That's why they demanded it.
Yes.
It's the lowest. No, it doesn't matter how bad it is, but it's the lowest.
Gripen is even lower than
Gripen is better.
F-16.
Yes.
But it's more expensive. Gripen is more expensive. Rafale is better.
And it's not a
The
US
thing is,
build
even
weapon.
if we talk,
with the F-16, it would have a quick turnaround time because we've proven that's been done. The United States was running 24/7 air sorties in Iraq during Desert Storm and all the other times. I mean, we're talking hundreds of sorties a day, thousands of aircraft. But that's with, again, a first-tier military with tons of mechanics and support facilities that are not being bombed by caliber cruise missiles. So they can sit there and crank
just
those
one
planes and
sortie a
turn
day.
them around. But in Ukraine, like you're saying, you're literally right. They could probably fly a mission from one air base, and then they got to fly to another air base to get rearmed or fixed up because they can't go back to the base they took off from because it's probably going to get attacked. I mean, so you're right. They probably literally can't pull a fucking more than a mission a day because they basically got to shoot, run and hide, then shoot, run and hide, shoot, run and hide. Because you know they
the
ain't
most
got places to
important
fucking
thing
hide
here
no
is
more.
the most important thing here is training. Okay, because American pilots have years of experience, but Ukrainian pilots are getting only a few months of training. Like I think it's 4 months or 5 months. With this little training, I don't think they will be able to use their full potential, and they won't be able to fly it like the American pilots do because they have years of experience.
You can see across
There's a
the
really important
board
thing
how
I need to.
training. You can see across the board from how the training for a mechanic to a tank commander being so abbreviated and reduced is going to have catastrophic effects all through the Ukrainian military.
Yeah, we already have an
in the
example.
air, wherever this is going on is going to be catastrophic because these guys are just.
Because you guys have seen the video.
Red,
where
I need to jump in here to answer your question, Red. I need to help you with your question and Fake's response. It's not just the pilot. It's the ground crew. It's the support. It's the whole, as I said before, the system of systems. The pilot might be great, but if the ground crew haven't been able to reconstitute, is a phrase, the aircraft with fuel gone over it, minor adjustments, major adjustments, it's a system of systems. So it's not just the pilot. It's everybody involved with getting that plane in the air and delivering its mission. So the pilot, the ground crew, the intelligence staff, the mission planners. It's a whole system of systems. There's a lot involved, and you need to know the capabilities of the system. Now, the F-16 is very different to a MiG-29 or a Su-27, for example. You need to understand the limitations, capabilities.
Don't worry about the ground crew of the F-16. It will all come from the Western countries.
Yeah, that's why I'm afraid. Because we have to understand that to train a ground crew leader for the F-16, it's 12 years. Okay? 12 years. It's longer to become a leader of a train crew for F-16 than to become a pilot instructor from scratch. Okay? That's why the ground crew is a true problem.
All of these things are really important.
Hey guys, just to go back on topic, I asked the question about the NATO summit, and the response was they might get F-16s, right? Which is great. The F-16s, if they get them, wonderful. However, I still go back to, if that's the only thing that they can get out of this summit, at what point are we wrapping this up? Because they really need bodies. Am I the only one here who thinks that they are going to start a coalition of the willing 2.0 with Poland and whoever else?
They tried that with Mercs.
I don't think they will yet. I don't think they're there yet. I think they would be hesitant to base the F-16s out of Poland, and I think they would try to sneak ground crews in. But the same thing is, those guys are going to have to basically work on it at one place and then run and hide and work on it, and launch. I mean, they're going to
and run very fast.
And that's even if that's a really good ground crew. Those guys are going to basically be, every time they touch that plane, they got to run for their lives as soon as it takes off.
And the Russian is going to target the ground crew.
And with Nunn, they need bodies. They need bodies so bad.
They need bodies,
I just don't think they're ready to do that yet.
Hey,
I don't think they're ready to make that commitment.
This today's video. Okay,
we got two paid people here that asked the question. We never mentioned it. Super chats. NGS, if F-16 gets destroyed by S-300, etc., it will be devastating for U.S. military-industrial complex. Do you think that is why the U.S. is hesitant in sending them? And Mr. Da Silva, it doesn't matter how good the F-16 is, it won't be a game changer because it will meet something with the balls of steel of the S-400. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, did you guys see the
two things? Firstly, a really big
S-400
shout out to you,
today?
Mehdi, for mentioning super chats. That's really important. Really important, Mehdi, for mentioning the super chats. Thank you. Sorry, go on, Euro.
There was this attack on Kerch Bridge again, and there was firing of S-400. You could see it flying there, intercepting Storm Shadow. And also there was Storm Shadow sent on Rostov on Don. Now they can reach that far.
So
that was probably that Su-27 that was destroyed by when after firing Storm Shadow and then going back. It was destroyed near the Donbass while flying back to the base. So there was a nice show there.
I just wonder if the best they can get out of this summit is a handful of old jets and whatever shells they can scrounge up. I'd have to believe that there's going to be a good part of this talking about how they back away out of it.
I don't think they're going to talk about any of that publicly. I think they're going to put the public face on of support.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
I honestly, I don't know how they're going to do it because you got to figure once the Ukrainians figure out they're getting cut loose, they're going to panic.
Yeah,
they've been talking about security guarantees.
It's a free-for-all, I guess.
Couple of months.
I think we cannot know the future, what's going to happen in Vilnius. We have to wait. Okay, Nunya, we can. It's not good to speculate so much about it. There's some indication on each side. Yeah, each way can turn. There's indication on each way. There's warning to Biden by State Department not to allow Ukraine in NATO. There's another point that they're not gonna accept at all Ukraine into NATO and all that. So it's so many indications on which way it's gonna turn. But just talking about F-16, NATO is not gonna talk about F-16. It's not about NATO itself. They already decided on that. It's individual countries that have them to send.
Right.
That's who send the F-16, not NATO per se. And they already decided that long time ago, obviously. So it's incremental escalation.
What about Erdogan's statement recently?
Great. Have a great choice. Unmute yourself.
Great, I think it's your turn.
Yeah. About the bodies, I don't think anybody will send any bodies there besides mercenaries. So the NATO summit, like said, it would be a big applaud show and democracy, freedom, and so on, and not much more. I think there is also a lot of speculation and things talking about diplomatic solutions. Read about it in some article that was written that some U.S. officials who are not anymore in the White House went to and spoke with Lavrov in New York. So I think the people start to understand that there must be a diplomatic solution, and that Ukraine will probably lose land, even if they don't want to. And it's just a matter of time. I think it's just a matter of time, because Ukraine has not much left. What they want to do more? They're losing a lot of equipment. They're losing a lot of manpower. They're costing a lot of money to the Western powers, and it's not beneficial for them at all at the moment. So we will see what the future will behold. But I think a diplomatic solution will come, maybe not this year, because they want to see the results of the counteroffensive. But if the counteroffensive in the winter is still, let's say, at the first line of defense, then I don't see the Western powers give more to the Ukrainians.
I think, Brad, you are making a mistake. You are thinking that the diplomatic solution is in the hand of the West, and it's a mistake. The diplomatic solution is in the hand of Russia, and maybe China, if you want, but not the West. They are going to decide to continue the war.
Why is it just in the Russian hands? It's also in the Western hands. They send the ammunition, they send weapons and money. So if they stop it, then there is nothing anymore for the Ukrainians, and they cannot continue the war. So we have a lot of leverage
but
over
Russia is going to continue even like that.
Russia is just
because
controlling
what
everything.
Russia want, I think what Russia want is unconditional surrender, and that's very, very hard, very, very strong. So even if Ukraine has nothing, they are going to continue.
You just have an unconditional surrender.
Russia wants to take back all the NATO installations and nuclear installations that crossed the 1997 edge of the NATO. That's what Russia wants. Russia wants all the nuclear installations
and
to
Odessa.
go back to the old line from NATO. That's what it is. All these new
Don't forget
members,
Odessa.
all these new
problem.
members that joined NATO moved the installations there too. So they don't want to cancel the NATO membership. They just want NATO installations. Actually, American nuclear and cruise missile installations from the east that crossed the 1997 borders to go back. That's what Russia wants. That's the final outcome. That's what finally
don't think they want
should be.
Odessa?
The problem of the West as a negotiating partner in a diplomatic settlement is that the West has not good cards in their hands. The West is providing money, the West is providing equipment. At which rate and with which consequences for their economic and financial situation? And also their position in the world is changing because of that. Because printing money has consequences in the global financial time. It is accelerating de-dollarization. Even if we don't understand that, printing money is accelerating de-dollarization.
No.
It is. Just look at what African countries are saying. Why should we use US dollars? Why should we accept US dollars that is for our resources? Wait. For our resources, why they just have to print it?
It's been done
it's a monkey game.
Forever.
It's a monkey game, and the Africans, and not only them, don't want to play that anymore.
Printing money is pretty much consistent throughout the history.
Yes,
Last
but
300 years.
not
It's
for
always been the
everybody.
same. It's
But
always been the same.
not for everybody.
The change is
Only
cutting.
for the
Change
rulers.
that happened. Just a second. Change that happened is cutting the Russia off from the SWIFT, stealing all that they paid. That's why the dollarization happened.
That was the
Not because of
spark.
money printing. It's
That was
because
the
of the
spark
cutting,
robbing everything.
robbing all the
That's the
benefits of the
score.
trade.
Yeah.
Wait. That was the spark that began the de-dollarization. But you have also other things like hiking the interest rate and continuing the printing money. But to go back to what I've said, then you have the industrial capabilities to manufacture military stuff that are sent to Ukraine. The West is behind. The West needs to ramp up its military-industrial complex, and that will be done in several years and with a lot of money that need to be invested. And that will also have an impact on us economically, financially, socially, and so on. So the West doesn't have good cards in their hands for any diplomatic possibilities of having a common ground with the Russians.
It doesn't matter which kind of the dollarization came also because many countries in the world wants to have a more fair financial system, and this is happening. It has been it is a claim, a very old claim in 2011 when the European countries, Portugal, Greece, and Ireland were rescued by the IMF. They gave so much money to these countries like never before. And the poor countries were shocked and said, this can't be true. We want to have more vote rights in the committees and so on and so on. So the thing is that the non-aligned countries want to have an alternative because they
And we lost him. Great, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, what's up?
You see, the money printing happened consistently
Please,
for
Euro,
last
let the
300
Brett speak.
years.
Please, Euro.
It's always been the same.
It's fine.
So
You
that's
can
not
speak
the
and then
reason.
speak.
So that's not
I
the
tried.
reason. It's always change that change the desires and conditions. That's what the change is, cutting the Russias off of the SWIFT. That's why everyone is now afraid to use the dollar, because to use dollar you have to use SWIFT and deposit money into the Fed. That's how it's done. That's why they're afraid.
Yeah, but there is not
Printing
only
money
SWIFT in the
is
world.
dangerous.
Yeah, SWIFT is not alone. That's what you are seeing actually. More and more countries, more and more banking institutions are using other things like as SWIFT, like Chinese thingy, or even Russian system if they want to directly exchange with Russia.
I think we discussed this before, like months ago. The moment the sanctions on Russia came in, it shocked the hell out of most of the world. And then everybody just like worried and wanted to find an alternative system because they suddenly realized that the West can weaponize their financial system against a country.
Yeah.
And hi, Waka.
I am just waiting for my chair. Yeah. My son.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you first.
Yeah.
I muted Waka. Oh, Waka.
Yes.
Okay. He's.
Hello. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Well, Waka is looking very sharp today. He got his like.
Yeah, I've shifted to an air-conditioned room. Very hot here.
You are 10 years younger.
Yeah, and very not Wakarish kind of shirt color. No, I never see Waka wear this kind of color before.
Yeah, Aaron, how's France? I hope you're
okay.
Yeah.
Upgrade, you want to say something?
Yes.
So I want to change topic.
Yeah. Say so.
Sorry?
Say what you wanted to say. Yeah.
Because I wanted to change topic. I want to talk about Okay, a lot of people online and Telegram channel, they're all talking about, because the NATO summit is coming on the 11th and 12th. So we are talking about like 2-3 days, 1 to 2-3 days, and they are saying that Ukraine is going to do something big before the NATO summit. Maybe a massive offensive, bomb the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant or whatever. What you guys think? Do you think Ukraine is going to do something funny?
No.
No.
Not now. Not now, because the Russians have done a very good job in this conflict of identifying false flags and publicizing them. So I think if Ukraine did it now, for what, right? So I think that the chances of them doing it now are probably not there.
Yeah. There's a very interesting statement or tweet I saw, is that they were talking about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. It's a rumor, or maybe from Telegram channel or whatnot. Then they say that the IAEA officials say that there is no way you can actually do anything, because they say that the Russians planted security cameras everywhere, like literally everywhere. So if anything were to happen, any funny things were to happen, they were going to have evidence to show it. And that's one of the reasons why the entire so-called false flag or whatever, it cannot be done, because the Russians is going to have evidence. Sikhal?
Well, so there's a really important, it's a legal term, I think, what it is in Latin, but who benefits, to what end, who gets the benefit. So the question would be, and I'm an intelligence analyst, so I sit back and assess without bias what is happening. So I look
His
at
connection
why
is very bad, I
would
think, no?
Russia.
Yeah, his voice
Sorry?
is lagging.
Yeah,
your
your
voice is
Your
not
connection
clear.
is not good. Your connection is not good, Sikhal.
Where are you actually? Where are you?
He is in the middle of the jungle or something like that.
I'm not in Australia. I'm not in Australia.
Must be too
my
cold
connection
over
is-
there.
He's
in
wearing
Australia.
army
Just let me
fatigue,
say.
Yeah, he's wearing
I'm not in Australia. My apologies. I'm in Australia. My connection needs to go. Anyway, so the question is, who benefits? It's a legal term. Who benefits? Why would Russia blow up a nuclear power plant that they control, that they plan on owning and using? Where is the benefit in that? Now, some will say the nuclear cloud will move over Western Europe. I would suggest, as an analyst, that would be a very poor assessment.
Russia need to blow up the nuclear power plant in winter, because in winter the Siberian wind is prominent. From Siberia to Europe, not in the summer.
Sorry. Sorry. The echo is me again. I actually tried to adjust Sikhal's. I removed the echo cancellation. It made it worse. So yeah, I also agree. Basically, that's my conclusion as well. The Russians have no reasons to blow up a nuclear power plant that they need to use, and also that there's no way Russia can win any PR war in the West. There's no way. No, whatever they do, even they have evidence, even they have the evidence, they are going to be like, they're still going to be like the culprit. So, like, if let's say Ukraine literally launch a HIMARS at the nuclear power plant, Russia have the footage to show it. Okay, they saw the missiles flying across the Dnieper River, bomb HIMARS, they bomb the nuclear power plant, and Russia show it. Russia will still be at their fault. It will still be the Russians are the evil guy for this entire incident. So there's no win for Russia to try to invent any kind of a false flag. There's no way the West is going to believe anything. Yeah.
Yeah, we should
Why-
also see.
keep in mind,
We
though,
should also
Wyatt.
see the history around the nuclear power plant because since July last year, Ukraine has been continuously shelling the plant, and it has all been documented. This year, it is a bit less. There has been a few instances of shelling, but last year, Ukraine was shelling every weekend. Then it's all like
That's Russian
documented.
propaganda. No, it's the Russians shelling themselves. No.
Yeah, that.
But Wyatt,
Yeah,
I
the
just want to
Ukrainians.
add one point. I just want to add
Yes.
one point to Wyatt. It's not necessarily the West that Russia wants to convince. It's the rest of the world. Russia's
Yes.
moved on from the West. So by calling out all these false flags, whether it be the various ones at Zaporizhia, there was another dirty bomb incident that they flagged several months back. They're flagging that out for the world community to say, hey, this is the stuff that's going on here. So once you hear it from CNN, think about it, right? And that's once they do that, the false flag becomes useless.
But that is the danger, you see, because what you can also do is that you're going to tell the whole world what you're going to do in advance, and then you just do it, and then you blame the other side. Like like
none
both
of it
sides
makes
is saying
sense.
that both sides is saying that Zaporizhia nuclear power plant is in danger. Both sides. So I think that is the that's the
And you understand,
difficulty
Wyatt, that it
today's
isn't in danger because the power plant has been neutralized, and there is very little things that could go wrong with it. And to what you say earlier, to send a missile in the power plant is going to do basically nothing. To breach the hull with concrete, you need a nuclear weapon.
No, you can blow it.
It's very, very hard. And it's very complicated to do something serious.
You can use Kinjal. Kinjal will penetrate the reactor.
Yeah.
Kinjal can penetrate. That's I think only weapon
You
can
can
penetrate.
can send the HIMARS system pinpoint
but
at
only-
the same spot, several of them. It can penetrate, no problem.
Okay, but
and
you are going
Moab,
to try very,
Moab
very
could
hard.
penetrate. But only United States can disregard the United Nations Commission in saying that Iraq doesn't have WMD, weapons of mass destruction, and still claim and attack Iraq. While Ukraine cannot disregard what IAEA say about it. So that's international UN commission that's controlling and saying that there's no what the Ukrainian president claims. So they cannot disregard that, and the world would not. But the Western world can disregard any videos that Russians have and produce proof that Ukraine is shelling Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. So it's not that. It's not. Doesn't matter how many cameras they post there and show flight of the HIMARS from the Ukrainian positions on the power plant. It doesn't matter. To the West, it doesn't matter. It matters what IAEA says. But
To the West, it doesn't matter, but for the rest of the world, it matters. Latin America, Africa, Asia. For them, it matters.
That's
why
what
Russia is playing the public relations, but not in the West, but in the rest.
That's
of the
what canceled
world.
them. But Russia was much better at exposing false flag. Is because only way they can do something is to fill the Storm Shadow rocket with radioactive material and explode it onto the above Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. That's what they could do. And that's what Russia was saying that Ukraine is intending to do, because they cannot penetrate a nuclear reactor. They could destroy those cooling ponds, spent fuel cooling tanks, but it depends how much evaporation will happen in order to send the radiation in the air. But it's something that they cannot do. So only way would be to send nuclear waste inside the rocket to explode, and that way to
And so
create
what?
radiation.
What's going to happen if there is an incident in the nuclear power plant? Do you think now NATO is going to declare the Third World War for the Zaporizhzhia power plant? Seriously? No, it's
Nothing
not
is going to
going to do
happen.
that.
Maybe.
Nothing is bigger than the Russians invading Ukraine. Like that is like literally the one big super thing, and then nothing happened. Like they just let Russia attack Ukraine. Yeah. So upgrade.
Yeah, like Putin was also saying,
when we
like,
talk about this,
when he was asked about okay.
Jesus,
No.
man. Just give me 2 seconds and then I'll shut up again, No, about the nuclear power plant. We're talking about this for months and months and nothing happens. And it's, oh, they did it. It's always the same stuff. So let's move on from this topic, because if not, we're going to go for 2 hours on this nuclear power plant. What's important, I think it's what Wyatt said, what they're going to do before the summit. Will they try to push somewhere, or will they wait until they get maybe something from the summit? And what about the advances? I talked about it before. The advances, they are still here, so we cannot deny them. And just real quick, a little point from before about that the Western powers have no game in it and nothing to do with the diplomatic solution. They have a lot to do with, and even if they lose some face at a certain period of time, they will have to do it. So better earlier than later, because later will be maybe too late, and maybe after half of Ukraine will be taken, and it will be even a more catastrophic image for the Western powers than it is now. Now it's just this couple of regions, and everybody can live with it. Trust me, in Europe, nobody gives a shit about these regions. Nobody knew about Ukraine before the invasion. Nobody gave a shit. We had some guests here a couple of days ago from Ukraine, and listen, they also don't want their country to be fully destroyed. They also want to go back. Some of them, 90% want to stay here in Europe, but some of them want to go back, and live peacefully. So that's my point.
Okay.
Yeah. If you allow, if you just slightly reflect the discussion to Biden's itinerary of visit, how he's proceeding. So I think he's going to UK. Probably he'll be landing there. Or he's landed, and he's meeting the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. And UK basically heads the convention which bans the cluster bombs, cluster munitions. It's very strange how this is going to basically now, because US has already provided the cluster munitions to Ukraine. He's going to meet the king, because he didn't attend, I think, his inauguration. Then I think he goes to Lithuania, and later on he goes to Helsinki to meet the Nordic alliance, basically to welcome, I think, Finland into NATO. And I think they're also going to pressurize Turkey to allow Sweden to get into NATO. So I think this is the larger picture. Basically, it appears that the West doesn't have a master plan, but they are mainly doing, this public relations, where US is again now going to basically giddy up the Europeans to support the war. So I think President Biden's visit to UK, and then later on to Lithuania, and finally to Finland is more critical. I don't think so there's going to be something regarding the nuclear power plant till the end of the summit, because they would not like to create a catastrophe which could affect, because Ukraine already had, Chernobyl, and it had consequences that still I think there are areas in Chernobyl and surrounding area where you cannot go, and only I think animals can go. So it will be disastrous if they do, I think, any of the false flag. So maybe we can discuss how this alliance is looking for rest of 2023. Is it going to be, and Ukraine has already requested that either it could be made part of, or NATO plus, that it is given some status. So I think these are some important factors which we can discuss in the diplomatic and the informational domain, rather than what happens to the nuclear power plant.
My big question that I keep asking and I don't get a clear answer on, when they start talking about countries providing security guarantees, what does that mean? In what context? And you don't hear what that means. So I'd be curious to see what people think.
Look at Syria.
Guarantees in weapons.
Look at Syria. Security guarantee from Russia. It means something.
They're talking about an Israeli style, so basically just providing it with weapons and propping up its potentially its domestic arms industries.
Ah, okay. So just throw money at the problem.
That's what there's some talk about. I'm not sure whether there's any, you know, if that's going to be the outcome, but certainly that's a possibility.
It's concerning, the language, when you think about what it could mean, because it's a very broad word, right? So I'd like to get more clarity on what that actually means.
Well, if we get a frozen conflict, then they're going to just pump arms and munitions into the country, and then it will just fire off again, and they'll just use it as a lever point towards to getting what they need out of China potentially.
Right.
Security guarantees need to have red lines where if something happens, then this will definitely happen. And it seems to be that in this conflict, most countries don't want to make that demarcation, that line in the sand. But if you're going to have security guarantees, they're going to have to be hard lines in the sand, and countries are going to have to stand up to provide that, and that's a big call.
I mean, security guarantees, it depends on the definition you have of it. And the definition you have of it depends on who is signing for it, who is providing the security of it. And also, you have to take into account the circumstances where those agreements have been signed, like for Ukraine.
Yeah, so the security guarantee can only be done with, like, for example, like what happened to Ukraine. Russia decided to invade. Who is going to go to war with Russia? Are you going to do a World War I all over again? No, that's exactly how World War I become a world war. Everybody is an ally, you know. You go to war, oh, you attack my boy, I'm gonna go to war with you. Then he's this other guy's ally, and then the entire World War I is entirely pointless. It's just entirely a pointless war. No, there's no reason for any of these countries to go to war at all. But that is the problem with just following the treaty, and just go to war. And this is also why I'm always against a NATO expansion without thought. Like if you keep getting all these chihuahua into your group, you're going to go to war very, very easily, because all these chihuahua is going to get hit. Yeah, anytime soon, man.
All military planning. All military
the Chihuahua bites,
planning
though, that doesn't trigger Article 5.
Okay, all military planning looks at consequences. If I do this, or the other side does this, what will I do, or what will they do? My camera is not good. Consequence planning is central to not just military planning, but geostrategic planning. Okay? So if Europe, NATO, whatever is looking at escalation, they need to look at consequence planning. And we can, in another telecast, perhaps talk about China and
Except
Taiwan.
it's not military, it's political.
But all of this, military is just an extension of the politics. Okay? People think, it's about the military. No, it's not about the military.
I don't agree with that.
The political, economic end state. Military is just an extension to achieve that.
No,
okay?
I don't agree.
Well, because I agree, because
suggests that's not true.
Yeah, if you go into war without a political aim, that's what you get in Iraq and Afghanistan, where the war will never end, and then it's like you do not know what to do, but always just keep sending troops in.
Because the political guy in the war that Afghanistan and Iraq didn't think about consequences. It's quite the demonstration that you are wrong, Sikhal.
No. The thing is, something that the world doing right now, some leaders doing right now, doesn't mean that it's correct. It's just they are doing the bad thing, the wrong thing. It's not an indication that it's not true. It is true. Military is always an extension of politics. the people who do not follow it then go to hell. And that's what happens to Ukraine, because like the entire aim of fighting Russia have no endpoint. The endpoint cannot be reached. It's just not possible. You're trying to destroy
You had a political goal, which is to diminish the power of Russia, but it failed, actually. As far as of today, it failed. Same in Iraq. The goal was to bring chaos. Same in Afghanistan. The goal was to bring chaos.
I agree.
There were a political goal in that.
Yes, I agree.
Didn't
That's for
achieve.
NATO. That's for NATO and United States, not for Ukraine. There's no benefit for Ukraine to do this, because it's not possible for them to do it alone. So, yeah, that's my point.
There's a military-industrial complex production or some form of facility in like each state in the US. So for them, it's cash. It's cash and economy. That's Afghanistan, etc., etc.
So, Papa Roach, you're looking at the motivation, and different elements have different motivations. That's a good point. So, some elements, entities, groups, powers, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. It's financial. War is financial benefit.
Well, it's more power in the sense that each senator, etc., has a stake in perpetuating the war, regardless of the side you're on, because there's financial interests that are backing you, and so therefore they flow through to the politique.
Yeah, but some organisations do it just for the financial benefit, and others do it for ideological reasons. There are lots of motivations for this. Some's ideological, some's financial, whatever. But there can be other motivations apart from what people genuinely think is right, culturally, historically, or whatever, for their, and I'm not picking sides here, for their ethnicity or their religious group. There can be lots of different motivations.
Yeah, Fred, you had a point?
Waka, I wanted to speak.
Sikhal, can you log out and log in into the StreamYard? So because I think your audio is out of sync, that's why there's a problem. You log out and log in, I think you will fix the audio, because for us you are extremely garbled. Like it's very hard for us to listen. Although we can kind of listen, but it's just very bad. You log out and log in and try, or you just refresh your browser tab. You just refresh your browser tab. You will just log out and log in again. You give it a try. And Red's webcam is not working. I'm not sure why.
Upgrade the Waka. I don't know which first.
And Waka.
Yeah. I would just like to highlight the issue of collective security and how does it work, and why there is a hurry to now expand the alliance. Now, the security guarantee in an alliance has three parts. One is that it acts as a deterrent, initially, that in case you are part of the alliance, so one is the part of collective security, that you will not be attacked by a hostile power, and then you show the unity, and that's how I think NATO and even Warsaw Pact had operated. The other is that in case you are moving closer to a crisis, then start coordinating your military deployments, and then ensure the deterrence. And then there's the layer of nuclear deterrence, because NATO, some of the NATO members are under nuclear umbrella of, they have their own weapons, and collectively NATO has a nuclear umbrella. And the third part is when you are attacked. So as I think White pointed out, that you get into war and war expands, and we have seen it in World War II also, how the security guarantee basically resulted into war. Now, why I was pointing out, I think if you recall what happened last year, I would say even the current year, one was, of course, there was a hope that Ukrainian military will be able to, let's say, check the Russians. Then, of course, they were supplied with some NATO weapon systems, and then there was a push for so-called counter-offensive or counter-attack, which is, I think, badly failed, and there were a lot of losses. So basically, and then is the effect on Europe and the West, the economic crisis, the chaos. We've seen what has happened in France. We've seen, the protests in certain other countries, the energy problem the crisis of food, which is actually affecting the entire globe. That's why the African leadership was, in Europe and Russia, trying to persuade that they should basically go for a negotiated settlement. So these are, I think, important backgrounds. Now, what I foresee why this NATO summit planned in Vilnius, Lithuania, will be one, of course, bucking up the entire Europe that yes, US is backing it, and we are there to support you. So basically, I would say it's a frustrated strategy, because whatever they wanted to desire, as RL has pointed out, it was to one was check the Russians and then bleed the Russians economically and militarily, and then get something out of it. But that did not happen. And now with the expansion of NATO, the Finland and maybe Sweden later on, and let's say if Ukraine is given NATO plus status or non-NATO ally. So mainly it's to boost up the morale. And there's nothing which is going to come out, because Europe is, I think, already fed up of the war, and rest of the world is also affected, and people would like that this war has been, because now it's going to complete its 2 years, and then we maybe enter the third year in January. So I think these are very important things, what has happened. Then you look at the diplomacy by Eurasian powers like China, Russia. You had seen the Africans getting into it. Even South Asians have displayed their concern that this war has to stop. So it's kind of, I would say, stalemate which exists now. And we don't know what's the Russian military strategy, because still we have some campaigning season left till the snow starts falling in, I think, November, December. So we have some campaigning time left. So these are, I think, the larger questions. And mainly, it's basically diplomatic and informational war, part of the hybrid war to pressurize Russia. But things are, I think, in a stalemate at present.
Upgrade, what you want to say?
Yeah, about the security guarantees. So we need to take in consideration what does Zelensky want and what can the West provide. That's the big question, right? Zelensky wants something more than NATO or the West can provide them. It's obvious, and he said it. If they don't give him this guarantee he wants, he will not even attend there. So he's pushing for more and more, and the West is cautious about it, what they can and what they cannot. And they're talking about it. It's obvious. I don't see Zelensky getting what he wants, but he will get a little bit something, probably ammunition and maybe additional tanks or infantry vehicles, maybe the planes, maybe, but that's still 50-50, right? Some are saying yes, some are saying no, maybe it will be something individual. So each country will send them individually. So if Poland want to send it, they send. But definitely we need to take in consideration the two sides and what is possible.
But Upgrade, just as important is what Russia is prepared to give, not just what Ukraine wants, what Russia is prepared to give.
But the problem is Ukraine has no power without the West. You don't take this point in consideration. Without the West, Russia will steamroll Ukraine in a month. There's no chance they will survive without all these weapons and all this money. So we need to take in consideration what the West can offer to Ukraine and what Ukraine wants. Russia will still do what they want to do. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Ukraine sends the cluster, the Americans send the cluster bomb, or they send F-16s, or they send the best tanks in the world, or the best elite troops. Russia will still do what they want to do. Denazify, demilitarize, take this four regions because they're in the constitution.
I mean, Zelensky, you're muted. Upgrade.
Oh, I'm muted. Sorry. Yeah, there's no point in always discussing. Oh, the Russians will do that. They will anyways do that. It doesn't matter. We need to talk about what the West can offer to Ukraine, and we see that they don't have already artillery ammunition. Biden said it by himself. That's why they send cluster bombs, and yeah, that's my point.
I mean, it's pointless.
Since 2014.
Wait.
Important to set the context. Since
No,
wait.
It's pointless to ask. It's pointless to think that Zelensky has something to say. In my point of view, he's just a puppet.
I don't agree.
It's the puppet of Zelensky who wants something. And the puppet of Zelensky is the big financial institutions, BlackRock and something. They decide. They want to prolong the war. They want to kill every Ukrainian to the front line. They want to send them everywhere.
No,
That's what I
so.
think. That's what I think. Just look at how they grab people in the street of Ukraine.
Exactly.
And
So
send them to the front
I
line.
understand, but let's not say that Zelensky has no say. He's, like Wyatt said, he's putting pressure on the Western powers to give him ammunition and so on. So he's not like that powerless. And he's and I tell you from Ukrainians' point of view, he's a big hero. He's a big hero. He defended the country, and even if they take people from the
He's a big hero on West media. That's it.
That's
He's
it.
not fucking a hero.
In the rest of the world, it's just a puppet.
Yeah.
It's just a puppet in the rest of the world.
If you live in the West and you think that clone is a hero, you need help.
I'm not saying that I say it. I'm not saying I said it. I said the Ukrainian people say it. That's why you need to listen to what I'm saying.
No,
you know,
you have to understand that the West.
I didn't say I think. I said the Ukrainian people think, and you cannot deny when you are getting attacked by a superpower like Russia.
What the Ukrainians think doesn't matter.
For some of them, and it's not. It's not about praising him. Or
You know. Let's ask the Ukrainians. Let's ask the Ukrainians honestly what they think. What they think about Zelensky. Don't pick. Don't pick five guys. Don't pick five guys in Lviv.
If you go to Twitter, there is a lot of Ukrainians that is fully supportive of Zelensky. I can 100% guarantee you, and they will fight you to the end on Twitter.
That's not what I see on Telegram.
No,
every time
Telegram is for
I've seen women fighting military guys.
Exactly.
Who pick
Everything
up
that
the
you see online
kids.
is because someone wants you to see it. That's my point. I always say that. Everything they see online is someone wants you to see it. You're not seeing the other parts that they're not showing you. Because that is exciting. That's why they show you. The 100% there will always be supporters of Zelensky.
The Polish president had more people clapping for him than Zelensky in Ukraine.
So not surprising because they want to
No,
join Poland, right?
My point is the what the Ukrainian people think doesn't matter.
Yeah, I agree that as well.
It doesn't matter. People who are in charge of that war decided to sacrifice them. So what they think doesn't matter.
I'm not so sure about that.
The West is United States.
If you need an army, you need to make sure that they have the right mind.
Even France, Germany, UK, Denmark, the Netherlands, what they say doesn't matter. It's what the United States says that matters.
That I agree.
Because you are the big guy. And if you analyze United States, it's an hydra. An hydra, it's a beast, a monster with several different heads. And all those heads have their own thinking. The Pentagon is saying one thing, the CIA is saying one thing, Wall Street is saying one thing, George Soros is saying one thing, and BlackRock is saying one thing, and so on. And people who are backing Zelensky want full-fledged war, full sacrifice of Ukrainian people against Russia. And you have other people from Pentagon, military stuff, who are saying, hold on, we are dealing with a nuclear power.
I would think that is a bit different. I would say that, okay, first I want to say that Upgrade's point is good in the sense that I agree in terms of Zelensky, because that's what I also what I say. Zelensky is not a full puppet. If you want to see a full puppet, you see South Vietnam. During the Vietnam War, that's a full puppet. They have no say. They have zero say about anything. Zelensky
Ukraine has no say.
Is the lousiest puppet ever. If you actually want to really think about it, it's like the lousiest.
I disagree with you.
It's like, hey, Zelensky, please go and send your men to die. Then you say, no, you must give me weapons first. And then he'll put it in public and make you look bad. And then he will then talk to, say your diplomat is shit, because he's not giving me weapons. This is a very irritating puppet that is just destroying your political base. But so that's that. But Zelensky actually made it. What Ukraine want is more than an Article 5 kind of guarantee. They want a super Article 5. That means it's like the Article 5 plus. It's like it enforces you to defend Ukraine. Article 5 is optional, It's like it triggers, but it doesn't mean that you must go to war. You can aid that country that was under attack in any form you want. Not necessarily means you go to war with the invader. What Ukraine wants is the automatic guarantee of going to war. It's like what happened in World War One. Is the kind of like the kind of military alliance where you attack on us is we all go to war together. That's what Ukraine want. And during early part of the war, they wanted another guarantee because they wanted a new guarantee. They feel that the last guarantee was bullshit. So they want a new guarantee, and they want India in, they want China in. So which means that they want, in the instant of Ukraine getting invaded again by Russia, they want the whole world to go to war with China, with Russia, which is like, of course, it's not going to work. No one will going to sign that agreement. So what Ukraine is trying to do right now is trying to draw NATO into war, but he's failing. He's trying to make up all sort of reasons and all sort of false flags or whatever to try to entice NATO into war. And NATO actually knows this. But NATO also don't want to go to war, and they also do want Ukraine to win the war somehow. It's like they just trickle in the weapons to make sure that Ukraine's offensive will never be the spectacular offensive that people expect it to be. It's like, why the hell are you giving them just Leopard tanks? Where is the Apache helicopters? How can you go on an armored offensive without helicopter support?
I might sign out. Mehdi, you're from just if I can just go through everyone to say thank you and goodbye. Mehdi, you're from the US. I've lived there. All best for you. Papa Roach, I think you're from Australia. No worries. Voz de Popo. I've never been to Angola, but I've been to the UK and worked with them. Waka, I've been to Islamabad, Rawalpindi, and Abbottabad. So all the best. Upgrade, I don't know where you're from, but best. RL and Shadawi, you're from France. Vive la France. I enjoy the French food. Great. And thank you for having me on.
Belgian.
And,
yes, Sikhal. I emailed you the link to join. Sikhal, I emailed you the link to join the Telegram chat group. So do join the chat group. You will get to talk to all these guys in a very irritating fashion.
Yeah, I'm an intelligence analyst. I try and look at things objective.
Stop, Sikhal. You just show up a Warsteiner beer. A freaking German beer.
Yeah,
oh
the
my
best beer in the world.
Well, oh my God. Oh my
The
God.
German must be stupid, but they do make good beer.
You make a very serious mistake, Sikhal. You have to know that.
Yeah,
He's from Belgium.
Where I am,
Belgian beer.
I drink what I can get access to. I'm sure you will understand. If it was,
why this sounds so Ukrainian? I don't know.
It doesn't matter where you are. If you speak Foster, don't drink it.
Okay, thank you all. It was a great time. Enjoyed talking with you. Hope to talk with you again. Zaijian.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you, Sikhal. Thank you so much.
I wanted to
Okay. Let's talk about France again.
But
no.
The last open mic was only about France.
I'd like to get back to what Wyatt was talking about, and it's something about that is, at the very beginning, the United States stated it is a proxy war. That word means something. I've said this before. It means acting with the authority of another. It means that you're acting on their behalf with their authority and being allowed to do it. Because let's put it this way. Nothing happens in Ukraine unless Uncle Sam pays for it. We're the ones paying for all the wages, all the bullets, all the pensions, all of it. So
Yes,
without
but maybe
us, the
nothing happened in
reality
Ukraine
that
without Ukrainian manpower.
really has any decision-making power, because we could just say, well, no, we ain't giving you the money for it.
No, I would
Upgrade,
like to add
I
something to
think
what
first.
Wyatt said. Basically, he said that yes, I agree that Ukraine is not fully a puppet; it's a very bad puppet, but it's still kind of like a puppet because uh, the West gives Ukraine some freedom, but when it gets like when it kind of crosses the line, it just steps in. For example, last year in April, when Ukraine signed the peace deal with Russia, the West stepped in and stopped it. You guys have seen when Putin said it to the African delegation, and
That
even
is actually the popular saying on the pro-Russian side. My opinion was that the deal was never going to be signed. Like if you actually followed my SIBRAP during those days, I said that so because the defense minister or foreign minister who actually flew to Istanbul, I was saying that they're not going to sign anything. This is just for show.
You watch too much
Go back to
CNN.
look at the SIBRAP.
No.
I said exactly that, and it ended up it was not signed because there was no reason to sign. They are never going to sign. So it was, but the pro-Russians say that they are about to sign, and then it was the who is that bozo guy, the Boris Johnson.
Boris
Last
Johnson,
minute,
yeah.
intercepted and stopped the deal. I don't agree. I personally don't agree because when I was covering the war, I literally just say that they are not going to sign anything. The actions on the ground, the words that they are saying, then nothing gels. The actions doesn't match with the words of talking about peace. There's no peace deal was going to be signed. So
But
that's my point of view.
No,
they
I
did
believe
write
this because
down. They did write down a
listen,
couple of. They did write down a couple of lines of what they think it will be a peace for the future, in that document. It's pretty much the things that Ukraine has been asking all the time, and that's why this document is also important. Sorry.
No, I believe
In
this
the
because the former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett has said in an interview that Ukraine was like about to agree to a peace deal, but then the West stepped in and stopped it. Like the main person who stopped it was Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Putin has also said that too. So as the former Israeli Prime Minister said that, I mostly believe this is true, that Ukraine was about to sign a deal, but the West came in at the last moment and stopped it. So that was my point. Like the West gives some independence, but when Ukraine tries to cross the line, it just steps in and tries to stop anything from happening. Yeah, let Upgrade talk. He has been raising his hand
May I
for a
say
long time.
something?
Yeah, you
Just
can.
to add my point. Yeah. When I was talking about about the Ukrainian people, some of them are for and some of them are against. Like in Russia, it's obvious. And about if you are in the West, you just think Zelensky is the best or he is a hero. There's many people who don't like Zelensky also. If you talk to common people, they see this Ukrainian come here and they have big cars, they're coming with Range Rover and Ferraris and stuff like that. You're like, why are we sending so much money to these people? The poor people there in the trenches and dying, and we're sending more and more weapons, more and more things, And to add to my point, I have the privilege and also the important thing, but actually I talk to both sides. I have friends in Russia and friends
Mr.
in
Lambo.
and if you see both sides, you can make your argument a little bit more neutral. And that's why I like Defense Politics Asia, because it's pretty neutral and he's actually talking about the war pretty neutrally, and that's what I like. That's why I wanted to come to this panel to actually talk to you guys, and you're all interesting and all good points. Yeah.
In the first 2 months, Zelensky was like kind of hero here in UK. Then he refused to sign the peace deal, and people in the UK is starting paying a lot in their bills, like gas and electricity. And people start looking at this guy. Am I really paying all that money because of that clone. That's when people in the UK say, fucking,
Exactly.
he's not a
Exactly.
fucking hero.
I still don't see people in the streets in London.
You're not allowed. That's the thing. In UK, you're not allowed.
And British are not French. It's different.
Yeah.
In France too, you're not allowed. But they don't care.
But it's very interesting.
Yeah, and most European countries
Wade was talking about Ukraine trying to enter Europe, the NATO, and be able to call Article 5. And when we look at what the kinds of things diplomats have said in this process, that in the meeting that will be day after tomorrow, one of the interesting things is that there is a kind of a negotiation going on. Once there is a peace deal, some countries want to give security guarantees to Ukraine. It's a bit strange, but it's like a mini NATO, taking out all the countries that are not willing to allow Ukraine to get into NATO just like that, without reforms, without being a real democracy, and so on and so on. And on the other side, it's very strange, because what are these countries willing to do? Are they willing to, if something goes wrong in the peace process and war starts again, are they really going to war? United States, Poland, United Kingdom, I don't know how many more inside are there, but five countries.
I can tell you even faster.
If
they really have the heart to go to war to save Ukraine, they can go to war now. Like literally just do it now.
Let's just say something.
Russia, you retreat now, or you do something now, or we enter war right now. If you have the will, you have the will now. You don't have the will later after, we signed the peace deal. Then, after all this ceremony, and then now we will then commit into this war if it happens. It's bullshit. Either you have the will to go to war now, or you don't. That's why Baltic states are also excited. Yeah, we'll go to war. No, we'll help. But the thing is, they gave away all the weapons. They can't even fight now. So that's why Poland is arming up.
UK and United States always gonna say war, war, war. United States is far away from Europe. UK is a fucking island.
And I want to add something about all that. Please,
who say yes, let's go to war.
Vaz, I want to add something. The problem is, even if they make peace tomorrow, there is going to be another war in 10 years. And everybody knows that. The question is, how are we going to avoid the next wars?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the question.
Yes, because pretty much, you see, if Ukraine gets to NATO, even if a lot of deals of limitations are made, the probability of NATO having a naval base in Odessa, it nullifies the whole point of having a naval base in Crimea. It's like the boats in Crimea are never safe. So what was that all for? So
then we are going to have another war.
Let's wait though. Russia has everything there right now, and it isn't not going to just waste all this effort to be in a stalemate position, because let's look at this honestly. So Ukraine becomes part of NATO. Has NATO started gathering all its troops and equipment and got it ready to come over and fort? You think Russians are going to allow that to happen? There's only one thing that can do it, is they want NATO so they can trigger a nuclear event. Because NATO doesn't have anything that can send them that's going to change what's happening on the ground now. If they unleash the Air Force, maybe it'll make a difference. But let's look at it. Are Americans going to accept the lives lost that are going to happen when U.S. pilots start encountering layered missile defenses that they've never encountered before? Will the American public be ready for it? No. Russia holds all the freaking cards right now. It's up to them what happens. And in NATO, they're just all flapping around like dead fish. I mean, I'm not saying they're not an army that doesn't have to be reckoned with, but what I'm saying is the outcome is the same. There is no way Russia is going to allow it to turn into another North Korea, South Korea. Ain't going to happen. They have all this shit right there right now. Their populace is behind it. The more NATO pushes, is just the more they're going to grab, I think.
Mehdi, can you agree with me that the decision of the cluster bombs of crazy Biden is a proof how weak Ukrainian army is starting to get? Because I just don't. I hope when is it the NATO thing that they're going to be very angry at Biden, because all these other countries wasn't signed to these papers about the clusters.
Don't talk
And
like
I
that
hope they
about
don't
Uncle
go and
Joseph.
allow that.
If you
I think yes,
Waka
go on.
wanna say something.
Okay, I'll just open my tab and I'll just go through the mainstream press in the West and which country is projecting what. So maybe we can get something out of it. So France 24 says Zelensky voices hope for best possible result from NATO. Then you have another press saying Polish leader is in, I think Duda is in Ukraine today, meeting Zelensky. So, message of solidarity. And Reuters, which is the, I would say, neocons main outlet, says NATO flexes muscle to protect Vilnius summit near Russia and Belarus. And then you have a Turkish newspaper, US set to tackle busy agenda. And Indian press is highlighting probably a message from NATO that they can help them in the Indo-Pacific. And then, of course, the British press is highlighting Biden's visit to 10 Downing Streets. And so this is the kind of different messages coming from mainstream media. So I don't know what you can make out of it.
The biggest scam in NATO is Article 5. If you see that, basically, if you attack one of these countries, they all go to a war. Remember when Zelensky fired missiles to Poland, and straight away they said it was Russia. Every single country in Europe was like, yes, let's go to war. United States and the United Kingdom say, no, that was no Russia. Why? Because they don't want to go to war against Russia. These countries in Europe, they only want to go to war against Russia because they think UK and USA is going to join them. They are so fucking wrong.
Oh, yes, yeah, wrong.
The super chat.
They are so fucking wrong.
I think Mr. Lambo touched a very good
Everybody,
point
I mean.
about the perception. We talked about it early, the visual perception of many European countries if the US sends these cluster bombs. Of course, many people have said, well, why being so hypocrite? Because both Russia and Ukraine have used also cluster weapons, although in a very low scale. It's not very usual. It's very unusual that they use them. But nevertheless, it's quite interesting because the whole press in the European Union was saying like how bad it is that Russia is using it. It was staying silent about Ukraine using it. Now it says Ukraine use it, which is quite impressive. But what is quite impressive as well is that for many countries, this has been like a very big movement from the Western countries to impose this convention about the not use of cluster bombs, of illegalizing the cluster bombs. And now it's not that the US is sending them. They are sending them in the name of all the Western countries, and this can't be true. So they are showing quite an unusual disunity inside of NATO. And now we're seeing, if Wakar was saying about, he was reading about a bit what was being said about the summit in Vilnius. There is a very good article on Political where they summarize a bit of the impressions and reactions of the different countries.
and it's quite impressive. There is no unity at all. Many countries don't want even to think about Ukraine into NATO, and they are very against giving any assurance that Ukraine will get inside of NATO, because then Russia has no motivation to sign a peace deal whatsoever. Because then they also will be obliged to get a country inside that has no standards for what NATO considers their high imaginary standards. And they even say first Ukraine has to become a democracy, which is quite impressive. We thought Ukraine was a real democracy. No, they say it has to, and this is quite impressive because you have like at least 5-6 different positions. There is no unity.
No, you are confusing between European Union access and NATO access.
No, I'm not confusing anything. I was talking about an article on Political about the summit in Vilnius. It's not about European Union.
Yeah, but
just about NATO.
For NATO, democracy is not a thing.
But this is the position of some countries. This is the position of some countries which say.
But
it doesn't matter. You need everybody to say yes. Otherwise, you don't get into side of NATO. So that's the problem. It doesn't matter.
Big Daddy would decide. It's the big daddy.
It's also not so easy. We see in the
with Turkey and Sweden.
We see the case of Sweden. It's not so easy. The US,
but it has nothing to do with democracy.
Also, something very interesting. Also, something very interesting in that article. It is said that the US just asked the Stoltenberg to stay another year because they needed to keep cohesion. It's amazing. There is no cohesion inside of NATO. That's why they maintain this guy, because at least they have they know what type of job he does. So it's quite impressive. And what we'll see in this summit, I would like to ask you guys what kind of result you think. But I think it'll be like a big declaration of solidarity, of a lot of and nothing. Actually, empty words.
Yes.
Like.
We have a person who paid some money that actually brought up a good question. Logs an A. News reports from mainstream media, former U.S. officials, and informal secret discussions with Lavrov. Your thoughts, please.
I was talking about it before.
Bullshit.
I was talking about it before.
A great starting to get cramps in the finger.
I think it's a great turn to speak.
Yeah.
Upgrade, you want to say something?
Upgrade.
Yeah, about the cluster bombs. Not everybody is in agreement. I heard that Spain and the UK said that's not a good idea, and it's banned for 100 countries in the world. So I don't think it's about the cluster bombs. And you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to get back to the question that was just asked, because what's going on there is that there is absolutely no trust between the East and West right now. I think the Russian side and the Western leaders, they don't trust us. We've been doing almost the exact opposite of every treaty that we've signed so far. And now we have in the U.S. government, we have a split. We got somebody going through the back door trying to negotiate or at least meet with Lavrov, and they're trying to go around apparently the Biden administration. It's either coordinated with the Biden administration or they're going around the Biden administration. And that's a big deal because that's two different forces within the U.S.
I think this kind of thing could happen very often.
They are working against each other.
No, they are not, Mehdi. No, they are not.
No.
No, Mehdi, that's not the explanation. The explanation is that the Biden administration has no face to go and meet a Russian official, so they send someone that is not connected. No, it's true, because the Biden administration knows that they were going to talk with the minister, and they are trying to sound what would the Russians would do. What is very strange is that the person that led that meeting,
we have an outside channel meeting without the U.S. None of us elected this outside
It
channel.
happens every time, Mehdi.
That's
No,
not,
it's
It
just
allows
because
President to
it's
say
a-
that's not a,
Mehdi,
No
they knew
one
about it. They were
elected.
informed. The Biden administration was informed, but they didn't want to commit in any official
I am
way
trying to
go
say
and have
that
talks. Okay, so,
we
I
don't
understand.
know
Let him finish his point, man.
Oh,
States
okay, okay,
problem.
finish, and can I talk?
Well, I was the one that originally kind of brought it up, and you stepped on me. So, you know what? Fuck it.
No,
I can make
Mehdi, don't go away.
Come on,
No.
Mehdi.
Come on, guys. Let these people their thing that they say. Come on,
I don't understand why did he react like that? He already said it. I was just commenting it, and he wanted not to accept what I was saying. Good.
Leave him
The thing
finish
is,
what he's saying.
I will finish.
Don't worry, brother. He's gonna come back. He's gonna
I
come
was
back.
going to finish what I was going to say since Mehdi decided to go away. So the thing is, this is very normal. This is a way of doing the diplomacy and not being official enough. The other guys went talked to Lavrov, came back and told the other ones all they have talked about, and said things to Lavrov that an American official could never say. So to see how he would react. What is very strange is that the guy that commanded those kind of talks, he made a very, very, very long article, which took me almost like 1 hour and a half to read. And the guy actually says exactly the same thing that we know. Russia needs to lose in the battlefield, and then we can go to talks. So I don't know what was the point of all that. Or it's just a kind of really a maneuver to be able to have talks with officially being with the Russians, and not to look very bad because the guy in the same day that he met with Lavrov published that stupid article. Sorry there.
Anyway, I want just interject. Please make it a habit to let people finish their points before you even if you disagree, because the thing is,
no.
Yeah, no.
Where's the fun?
I encourage free-flowing conversation. The problem is sometimes that the person haven't even finished his point. So then, and we have like a very long time. The open mic is not like we have to finish everything within 1 hour or half an hour like a TV show. We have 4-5 hours. Come on, just let people finish their point, even if you disagree.
6 hours tonight. 6 hours.
Be it people who is more controversial, be it like Wayne Borrell, or it could be like actually who else is more controversial? I cannot remember now. Yeah, let them finish a point. It's okay one. We have a lot of time.
Well, in this case, he finished his point, but I was giving another interpretation, and he didn't want to listen to it.
No, he haven't finished his point. He was interjected by
we
as well.
The next one that not let finish the other one next week. T-shirt. I am a naughty boy. Deal.
Nah, my next t-shirt is gonna be Belgium, France, and Netherlands, just one country.
And Maddie is still around. He's
nice one.
He's still watching.
You could try that. I'm going to be loves a lot.
See, now nobody want to talk. Okay, Waka. I know Waka was like raising his hand for some time. Is it Waka?
Okay, yeah. I think the Lavrov thing is part of two-track. This is very common in diplomacy, especially in crisis. Even in our case of India-Pakistan time, there is a crisis. There's a second track which is normally informal, and this is very much part of diplomacy. Now, why they would do it just before the summit is for two reasons. One is to get the feeling, let's say, get something from the Russian side, and maybe exploit it, or maybe it's a genuine desire that there is some messaging which is going on before this big summit. So whatever the article says, I don't know. But this is very much possible that you launch the second track. This is known as two-track, and then there's a third track, diplomacy, which is done through maybe non-diplomats. So this is very much possible that, and it is always patronized by the state. I don't think so. It would be without clearance from the White House or Biden administration, because then, it's always, especially when they're looking. So it's a stick and carrot policy. I think the West is trying to adopt that in case they can convince or they can get something out of it for the summit, they can exploit it. Or maybe it's a genuine effort for peace, or let's say if they're looking at how the stalemate is going to be managed. So it is very much part of diplomatic effort. So two-track is very common, and especially in crisis, you will have people being sent. And the other thing is how to exploit it in the information domain, because it's a big summit. So before that, they would like to maybe twist whatever the information they have and try to, let's say, undermine the other side. But I think Russians are very, very smart. Lavrov is a very seasoned diplomat. I think he's one of the best that I like in terms of his conduct and the way he basically communicates on behalf of President Putin. So he's not a kid that they can just exploit it. But I don't know. One thing I wanted to highlight was, one is the, the state level or the government level, which is controlled by a typical, let's say, neo-liberal or neocon cabal in the West. But what is the feeling on the streets of Europe for the war and for this summit, in case people are interested, because we all belong to the street. So is there the difference of perception between what is being projected by the mainstream media and what common people on the street in Europe and US are talking about it? So in case you have some information, maybe it can bring out certain things. Yeah. What is the real feeling on the streets of Europe?
Yeah, the world would be a better place if United States or UK had one Lavrov in their country.
Just one main point to answer Wakar. The opinion of the people, the public opinions in Europe, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. People are not making revolution like in the end of 18th centuries anymore. So what the regular guy in France or in Belgium or in the UK think doesn't matter. It's the elite, the people who are in charge in those countries, their opinion matters. And what they are thinking actually is being in the step of United States regarding to the Ukrainian dossier. Voilà.
Oh, I was just going to say, in the United States, I mean, there's some pressure on Congress and certain elements in Congress to, like to cut funding and stuff like that. And there are people that are aware and awake, and they are trying, but it's kind of a slow boil on that. I think, like, honestly, there's not going to be any major changes until 2024, really. So, I mean, you may see slowing down and the slow turn of opinion. And I think people in America that pay attention to things have an opinion one way or the other, whether Ukraine's winning or losing or how they feel about the war. But I don't think that's even half the population. So you got a lot of people that just hear what they hear on the news, like what Carr is saying. So they just go with what, the offense is going great. Everything's fine. Gas is $5 a gallon. It's all good. And then, people like me, I wish there was more of us paying attention, because then the pressure would be faster. But I think that's where America's at. It's slowly turning, but it won't be for a while, a couple of years.
Thank God there is no more people like you in the United States. Thank God.
Great.
There's more people than we think that are thinking like this, but they actually are scared to talk their minds, and that's a big problem. So obviously it would be helpful. Yeah.
If I could jump in on like what he's saying, that is true. I mean, there is a lot of people in America they call like the silent majority, and that's kind of a pejorative because they are kind of a joke. But if you put it to his point, there are a lot of people that feel the way, like maybe a way I feel about certain things, not like they should all be like me, but I'm just saying, just aware of what's going on, have an opinion, whether you like it or not. And they're afraid to speak up, but they do vote and stuff like that. So you may not see that, but still there needs to be a lot more people putting pressure on Congress, because that'll see a quicker change. But like I said, with politics in America, you got about 2 years before anything major will happen.
But I think also when we talk about the silent majority, we need also to talk about the economic crisis in Europe. That the common people have no influence on politics is actually not true. if their gas prices will be so high or the electricity bills will be so high that people cannot even afford to live normally, like in Europe, then there will be some problems. And you see it already in France. It's not just because of the social unrest of this person who was killed. It's also boiling. It's under the surface, and we need to understand that. That's a phenomenon who existed since hundreds of years. I mean, the elites decide, of course, but at the end, when the people go against something, then we know.
There is a social contract.
Please
yes.
don't mix everything, okay?
Yeah, but
you have to understand. Wait.
he's
You
saying
have to
something
understand.
that's.
Wait.
He says something that is very important. That is, there is a social contract, and there is the politicians can go so long and stretch it so long as they want. No, it's not true. If they stretch it too much, people will react, and that's when they are very afraid, because nevertheless there are elections and sometimes they lose, and we saw that happen. So they are a bit careful.
The dice are tricked. The dice are tricked. Look at the consequences in France, but also in every European countries. It's the rise of far-right political groups.
My only thing
far-right political group in Europe have already signed to support Ukraine. Look at Marine Le Pen. Look at people from far right in every European countries.
In Italy.
So the dice are tricked.
My only thing was when I brought up France in the very beginning was
only exception.
I wanted to hear what Shadowy and RL thought about France, and they didn't seem to be worried about it. So I figure if the two French guys aren't worried, then I'm not worried.
We speak about it at the beginning, though.
Yes, you are French, Ariel. Yes, you are
You
French.
just have to listen it.
Well, you know what I'm saying. You guys,
you
live there. You're on the ground. You're regular guys. You work. You have families.
Yeah.
If you're not sweating it, why should I be worried about you? If you're not worried about you,
I mean, I'm living in
If you thought it was
Pont-Saint-Esprit,
serious, you
which
would
is a
tell us, I
small
think.
town, and I'm working 50 kilometers, 30 miles away in a place which is next to a nuclear power plant, and nothing.
Yeah.
No car burnings, no looting, nothing.
I figure if you guys were worried, you would tell
So
us.
you
and
are the
since
only
you don't seem
Algerian.
worried,
So
it's
you are
no
the
big
only
deal.
Algerian there.
No, there are many here, everywhere in France. So not every Arabs, not every black people are looting. That's bullshit.
Everything in my neighborhood is halal.
Many
Last week,
people,
You have to
many
understand, Von.
Arabs,
I live in a neighborhood where everything is halal. Okay? Please.
Last week, someone said the Arab and black people are taking over France.
Please, I'm going to tell you what I. Please, Mr. Lambo, what I live during the famous riots. I live in a neighborhood where every shop are halal. Okay, there is no pork sold in my neighborhood, basically. So for the riots, the only thing I hear is some kind of firecrackers. A lot of them, okay, a lot of them, but no smoke, no firemen, no policemen, nothing, just firecrackers. That's all.
Can I answer to this super chat? I think the guy that wrote this, he gave some 25 knocks, so he's Norwegian. What is Norwegian? Is something to the north of Sweden? Oh, come on, let's not offend other people's countries. Even if it is a joke.
It's not offending, it's just provocative.
Yeah, I provoked him back because at least Belgium has a bit more population than Norway.
You just have to answer him that for us, New York, Texas, and California is the same thing.
You got some EU shit talking going down.
Norway is not in the EU.
Okay, let's go for European values now. European values time. Let's go.
Norway is actually Sweden, right? Then Finland is actually East Sweden. So it's actually Sweden.
No one cares about Sweden or Finland.
West Russia, I mean.
But interestingly enough, there is a community of Swedish. Swedish is the second official language of Finland.
I mean, if I was Swedish, I would probably start learning Russian.
They do.
Honestly,
I don't
I
I don't know
you might as well get
about
on the train
Sweden.
while you can.
I don't know about Sweden, but I know about Finland. And I think Finland going inside of the European Union just on hysterical reaction due to the war. They destroyed so much potential on themselves. Their biggest market was Russia. They had
You know any Russian, Prada?
Yes, a lot of them.
Well, you're good to go then.
What?
You'll be fine.
No, but it's interesting to talk about what Finland did. What Finland did.
Sign a contract and then make a lot of videos and show us what happened.
I think it's quite interesting to see what Finland did to itself. They actually have a wall now on that huge frontier, which before was an opportunity. They had preferential access to the Russian market, almost like no other European country had. It's amazing. They were investing in even in local service. They had power stations, 28 power stations to sell energy to Russians. They had hotels, they had shopping centers, and it's amazing what they did. They destroyed everything. What will be the future of Finland? Will they sell their mobile Nokias? It's 150 million people. They lost.
Africa.
Why would you sell mobiles from Finland to Africa? The Chinese are much better and cheaper. What do you want to have? Finnish
Come on.
I have a question for the European guys. I'm just curious. All the your Eastern European countries that border like the old Soviet Union, would it be safe to assume the majority of those populations within a certain range of that border are mostly speaking Russian? Not ethnically Russian.
Yeah,
I'm just curious the way it was laid out. You know, if there's still like the Donbass is Russian, but Ukraine has Ukrainian.
Yeah,
my
Warsaw Pact countries had to learn Russian as their first international language. Most people never really try to learn it, but it's very interesting. For instance, in Eastern Germany, it's not so uncommon to find a German that speaks perfect Russian, because you couldn't work for the state.
Yeah.
You couldn't work for the state.
Pretty well.
No, I'm talking about people that learned Russian during the communist time, and they speak it perfect, because you couldn't work in the administration, go into politics if you didn't know Russian perfect. And that's why Merkel also speaks Russian, because she was making a career inside of the system back then. And then
she's a double agent. That's why.
Well, not really, but a kind of.
So like the areas like the Baltics, let's say, that's more
the
mixed
Baltics?
language, not mostly Russian.
Estonia,
Lithuania,
and Lithuania. No, Lithuania, no. But Estonia, Latvia, they have big Russian communities, and it's very easy for them to speak Russian like their second native language. Everybody, even Estonians.
What
and
happened
Latvians.
was when the
But that's just two countries.
when the Soviet Union invaded the Baltics, they imported a huge amount of Russian population there. So that's kind of a spillover event of like there is a significant number of Russian speakers, because a lot of them were ethnically Russian to begin with. So
yeah, but yes, you see, the Russian
relax, buddy. You talk too much. Just chill out.
It wasn't just the communists; it was also during the Tsarist period.
Yes, exactly.
The Russian
They
Empire, when
substituted.
they invaded or had control over those territories.
The elites were German.
Before
You
the Soviet
wanted to
Union.
say something, I think.
Pardon?
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to show you what's the feeling in Asia, especially the Chinese media. I'll just show a cartoon, and this is the leading opinion piece in the Global Times, which is the Chinese main media outlet. And there was a 16-page article written in Lithuania, which basically talked of China and Taiwan state, and this is how the basically Chinese media is showing the NATO summit, because they have dragged China into it, So this is I don't know what kind of message, if it is clear. This is global times. So basically, Chinese are looking at the conference as a kind of real threat, because they feel that this article was written in Lithuania on behest of US, and they are also mimicking that look at size of Lithuania, and is talking of Taiwan state and what is going to happen. And because Lithuanian basically highlighted that Taiwan status quo cannot be changed by force. So there's a lot of irritation in the Chinese media. So maybe China is also looking at this summit as a kind of real threat to Indo-Pacific and China. So it means that probably it's not only Russia, but also they want to drag China. And so maybe then strengthen the alliance between Russia and China. So these are some stupid moves that some people do. And I don't know if they are going to talk of peace with Russia. So why they start poking China across the Taiwan strait. So it's very interesting. Yeah.
Now, Upgrade, why don't you go?
Yeah. Wasn't Lithuania one of the first European country who denounced the treatment from the poor population and wanted to stop import of goods from China? And that's why also China, I don't think they have a very good relationship with this country. I might be wrong, but if somebody can correct me about that.
No, that's true. You're perfectly right. Lithuania even stated lately that Taiwan and every thingy around Taiwan is of strategic interest for Lithuania.
That's just amazing.
And China is the bad guy. Yeah, true.
Lithuania?
True. Little Lithuania. That's why Global Times made a big article about Lithuania of 16 pages.
I think if you guys look to the Security Council meetings, you'll see there are some kind of very strange countries, tiny countries. They speak. It's like a second voice of the United States. The United States ambassador said something, and then Malta will say exactly the same thing. And what the other Albania the same in perfect English. When Lithuania or Latvia are invited to come, it's really strange. Perfect English. People that studied in perfect American English. People that studied in the US, and they just copy what the American ambassador said.
True.
Exactly.
Very true.
In France, you have one Macron for that.
Yeah.
Well, that guy's a poor guy. Did you knew that in this article I was talking about Publico, they were saying that Macron is actually in favor of Poland to give assurance to Ukraine that they will go inside of NATO, although Germany is pretty much against it.
Yeah, I heard about that.
We never heard that because it's too controversial.
And you have to be careful about what Macron is saying and what he is doing.
It's
always two different things.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Macron is a real puppet. He's a real puppet. He's saying things that has no reach.
Does he care about France?
He
I
doesn't
have
care.
a theory I'd like to
He
get
doesn't care.
input from. Well, I'd like to start with Waqar, and then other people go around. I believe that both India and China kind of want this war to continue. They don't want the United States necessarily to win. They certainly don't want Russia to lose. But at the same time, it seems to me that they're the chief beneficiaries of this. I was wondering, and maybe in Pakistan as well, I'm not sure what their feelings are on it. So I was curious, Waqar, because you're more tuned into like what's going on in India and Pakistan, and maybe you have some insight into how the Chinese feel about the continuation of this war. So like, they don't want the United States to win, and they don't want the Russians to lose, but they are kind of the benefactors of this conflict. So how do you see it?
Yeah, I think in terms of basically in the framework of SCO, it's a very strange kind of, I would say, economic alliance because it has a lot of foes or, nations with hostility, but still members. But in I think overall, And I'll connect Modi's visit to US also because that's important. He just visited US and he was given a red carpet and he addressed the, I think, House of Representatives. What the Americans are trying to basically is woo the Indians to stand up against China because they have a border conflict and then they would like to exploit it in the Indo-Pacific. And within Pakistan, there is a now leaning towards Eurasia more than the West. Yesterday we had Russian trade trucks traveling by road. They have reached Islamabad, and then we are going to expand the trade with Russia to $5 billion in coming, I think, 2 to 3 years. We have touched like closer to $1 billion. So Pakistan maintains good relations with Russia, and overall, you are right that there are countries who do get benefit. Pakistan has its own economic problems, and so it has to make a balancing act. But in the overall, I think long-term design, there's more to be closer to those powers which are connected by land. So there's talk of geographical connectivity. Already the Chinese we and our project Belt and Road, one of it passes through Pakistan, so it's the flagship project. And now Russians are probably using the same route, some of it. Then there is a talk of North-South corridor linking Russia through Iran with India. And logically, if they have to avoid the sea coast, they can pass through Pakistan also. There's also development on the IPI pipelines, which is again Central Asia, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and India, and then Iran, Pakistan, India. So there's and then of course there is a rapprochement between Iran and Saudi Arabia, which because it became, I think, result of Russia-Ukraine war, because in Asia they could feel it, that the instability in the Eastern European region started impacting trade, food supplies, and energy. So there's a lot of commonality. Even look at Middle East, Saudi Arabia, UAE, developing good relations. So you are right that overall, although some of the Asian countries have suffered, but they would like to basically, develop more geographic connectivity and trade and commerce, and they do get benefit. But there's a big triangle like India, Pakistan, and then India, China, and China, Pakistan. So this is a very complicated triangle where basically there are a lot of problems, long-term problems need to be resolved. But I don't know how the things go there. So US keeps on pushing India to one stand against China along the line of action. They had a skirmish in 2020, and now they want to prop it up into the Indo-Pacific, which India has been reluctant to really be part of the military alliance, but so far they are trying to tag them. So it's a complicated relationship. One cannot, I think, answer it in a short while because these are strategic issues that need to be solved. But gradually, Russia-Ukraine war has pushed Eurasia to start thinking of. There's also talk of de-dollarization. Like there were two, I think, oil tankers which came from Russia to Pakistan, and the payment was made in Chinese yuan. So they are doing it outside the dollar. So I think these are some of the development. In the long run, I feel that Eurasia will, the relationship with an expanding SCO would definitely, and then there's BRICS. So a lot of Asian countries have applied to be members of the BRICS. So these are some of the alliances outside the Western Bloc, which will get strengthened in, I think, coming 5 years. Yeah.
Okay. RL, what's your thoughts on it?
I'm more waiting about the BRICS summit than the summit in Vilnius. The summit in Vilnius for me is nothing burger. But the summit in South Africa, the BRICS summit, I'm really waiting for it to see if new countries will be accepted in that thingy. And if you have countries like Saudi Arabia, Iran, Egypt, Algeria, Argentina,
Mexico,
and others decide are accepted into that frame, that will be big news.
Okay.
I'm really waiting for BRICS summit.
Upgrade. What do you got something to say about this?
I think Vaughn was first, so let's let him talk first.
Oh,
All I was going to say real quick, I agree with the premise that it probably benefits them and even Pakistan because, they all, like what Carr was saying, there's like a triangle. They're all, not China not included. Those two are both getting weapons from both sides. So, and assistance and military cooperation. So the longer it drags out, they can kind of be the mediator friend and still get stuff and maybe help somebody out on the down low. And for China, the benefit to me is straight up, the longer it drags on, the longer they have to figure out the Taiwan question without the U.S. and them coming to blows because the U.S. is busy with Ukraine right now. So I think that's the biggest benefit for China is it keeps the West occupied. Even though they talk about Taiwan all the time, they're not really in a position to do anything as much as they might think they are. So I think that's the benefit to China. I think everybody else is just playing both sides and getting what they can. I mean, I'm sure India would be an honest peace broker, but I think they're all just trying to get what they can get off China, Russia, and the United States and not start World War III.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I think it's
made a really good point. But
wait, just give me a second and then you can talk.
Okay.
Yeah, just about the RL Vaughn's point was very good because I think BRICS will be like 50% of the world's GDP. So definitely the Western countries need to be worried about it and need to think about how to stop to be ideologists and be more diplomatic, forward thinking, and because we're gonna have to live on this planet Earth together if we want or not, we're gonna have to trade with each other, and there's no way if there's the two blocks who's gonna come again from the Cold War again, it's not gonna end pretty well. So
yeah, Red, go on.
No, I want basically I wanted to address what Mehdi said in the chat. Basically, he's donated $10, yes, and he said that will BRICS be a forum where many tensions around the world will be solved, as seems to be happening. I don't think the forum will be mainly about the group's future because a lot of countries have applied to join, and I think they will mostly, I guess, they'll admit many countries in and make changes to the group. I don't think they will do anything else other than things that concern that concern BRICS itself.
I think there is because BRICS cannot be the end all be all because there's actually another one is called the Shanghai Cooperative Organization, the SCO. That one have a much bigger membership. So I would view BRICS as more of the economic bloc against the Western economic bloc, whereas you have the SCO, which is the competition to United Nations. I think that is more like the comparison. Yeah, but that's
well, Wyatt, do you think that? Here's a question I have. I think that the idea of letting more nations into BRICS could actually make this economic alliance more unstable. Paradoxically, I think that's true because a lot of these countries have a lot of internal problems. So by allowing them in there as you know what I'm saying, like the expression, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Yeah. So that could be
which is why I think that's why I think they're going to stick to the name to BRICS. Like BRICS Plus. That means the main five countries will make the rules. Everyone have to follow. So I think that is likely to be the case. So if you want to join our blog, you have to recognize that the 5 countries, the original 5, it will be like the Security Council kind of thing, where they make the call, and the rest will just follow. So then you will minimize to the minimum the kind of like all this conflict, which then I feel like will make Russia very, very powerful, because ultimately I think most people will prefer to trade with rubles than Chinese yuan. That's how I think, but that's me. But okay, I gotta put.
I have a question. Do you let's say somebody was saying like if they get BRICS could be like 50% of the world's GDP. If they have a really successful BRICS forum and maybe they pick up 10% more of the world's GDP. Do y'all think that the United States or the West would try to create an incident to prevent that from happening? Like if they looks like they're going to have success, or do something to manipulate that if it looks like they're going to pick up countries or at least have partnerships with people?
Well, the United States, of course, if they ever perceive any of these new alliances as a strategic or economic threat, of course they're going to do, they're going to intervene. And that's just what the United States always does. How far they'll take it, I don't know. And I don't think.
Are you sure you are American?
I think they are trapped in Ukraine now. So
yes,
I'm not sure.
It's very limited.
More or less, it's you see, Shodobi, the West made a big mistake when he used all the other fora to talk just about Ukraine. I'm going to repeat something I just read a few days ago. There is going to be a summit between the South American, Caribbean countries and the European Union in 2 weeks. And they sent the draft of the final document. The European Union sent it to the South American countries with a lot of paragraphs just about Ukraine. And they sent the document back with nothing about Ukraine. They deleted all the paragraphs with Ukraine and wrote that the European Union should help them ask for compensations for the slavery. Great. So I think there is a kind of a misconception what the BRICS are. It's not really an economical group. It's more a diplomatic consultation group. They do have, though, a goal. And this is where everybody is very interested on. You see, for a long time, most of the financial system was controlled by institutions that were created by the West after the Second World War, and all the developments came after. And now because the world has been changing, they want to have alternative financial systems or monetary systems as well, payment systems and so on, that are free, that can't be used for geopolitical aspects. So when Wakar was talking about all those connections in Asia, why was he talking about it? Because you see, they want, responding GS question before, why do some countries want the war to last? Because if the war is lasting, they are preoccupied with Ukraine, they don't notice that they are building connections. And the problem was that until now, these connections were not possible to be made because the West would feel that is threatened and will try to block it. Individual through a different country, and a country would say yes, and then he would say no. Yeah, this is the problem. The thing is that we also have a very strange concept of globalization. Globalization, like it worked until now, was always directed the whole world towards the US and the European Union somehow. But we forget that the countries between themselves are also globalizing. They're also making connections. Inter-African trade is growing like crazy. Before, these countries had no trade between themselves. If they wanted salt or milk, they would have to get the milk from the European Union. Well, Vozdupov once was talking about it, how ridiculous sometimes if you went to a supermarket where things were coming from. Because there is no bananas in the European Union, but the bananas were all coming from the European Union. Strange, isn't it? In Africa.
Never talk about Africa and banana in the same sentence. For the love of God. I'm joking.
Yeah, I understood. So just to finish very quick. So what I think Wakar was doing it perfectly is like these countries, they don't want the US to win right away or to Russia to lose because they also need Russia. They want to create globalization in this amazing center called Central Asia. And if they create this new world there, it will get so much profit and improvement for their lives, especially in countries like Pakistan. They have a huge population. Wakar, how much population has Pakistan now?
It's almost 250 million, yeah.
It's amazing. And these people live in a...
I was going to say, like, my whole thing is like right now with the United States political system in shambles, the Biden administration, then you have the war in Ukraine. It's really the first good chance that the world has had to do a BRICS or any kind of thing. And that's like you're talking about the whole West dumping all into Ukraine and being focused on Ukraine is allowing the rest of the world to kind of go on around it. And I mean, it's going to be scary. It's going to be hard. It's going to be rough on a lot of countries, but I've said before, I think it'll be better for everybody on the other end. And I think this is a good opportunity for those connections and alliances and, economic ties to happen. And I think that's why they're making the moves they're making, because Biden is like the perfect guy to make the move against. He's a joke.
Yeah, I would like to make some closing remarks.
Lambo, I thought we were going to go around, but I mean, if you got something you really need to say.
Yeah, I just want to close because I have to leave. It's almost more than midnight. There are, I think, two major factors which have, actually accelerated the integration within Asia, Africa, and even I think Southern America. One was the global war on terror, and if you look at about 30 years, so it almost destroyed some of the nations wholesale in the MENA region, in Middle East, Afghanistan, and even Pakistan's part was, we lost like $150 billion in 15 years in terms of economy. And if that was not the case, if the war was not there in Afghanistan, Pakistan could have been the fastest growing economy within South Asia, 8%. But with these losses, we maintained like 3 to 4%. So one is that the Iran-Saudi rapprochement, again, is the result of Middle East then looking at these wars and weighing it, the cost that they have paid, the Shia-Sunni conflict and all, which were mostly triggered by outside powers, mainly the Western. So that there's a great strategic feeling that we have to stop it and let's see the dividends of peace. And Russia-Ukraine war, I think, has triggered the alliances which you never thought, like BRICS or SCO, becoming very, very mature. So I think these two major, I would say, series of conflicts and wars have actually triggered. And the net loser has been the West. Imagine if there was no war on terror and they would have just, gone in a normal fashion. Maybe the Western control over the world would have, kept for another 10 years. But that has accelerated. We know it's unfortunate, the economic and other social problems in Europe, even US is suffering. The Russia has been a bulwark and it has actually benefited the rest of the world. So BRICS expansion or SCO's expansion, and we call the Eurasian Brotherhood, is net result of these wars, and which could have been avoided, but I don't know how the neocons think about the world, because if you look at the demographics and the population, they are huge. Like SCO and its periphery is almost 60% of the global population. Just combine India, Pakistan, China, Iran, and some of the Central Asian republics, is almost 60%. And in terms of resources also, the SCO and its periphery controls something like 60% of the global GDP. And if you add BRICS, so I think these are two of the strategic mistakes which definitely had created a lot of misery in the targeted countries. But gradually, I think people learn. People learn over a period of 20 years. But still, if you look at Chinese approach or the Russian, had things been peacefully resolved, everybody would have been happy. I don't think so Europe would be in this condition that they are now. So these are my closing thoughts, and I'll join you next time. And thank you very much for giving me this time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Thanks, Wakar. See ya.
Yeah, great girl.
Yeah. One thing for sure, Africa countries don't want to happen is Russia cannot lose this war, because
but it will not lose.
Russia is the African country's passport to get away from the IMF. Yeah, if Russia loses this war, African countries gonna pay with sanctions. Hard time, because everyone can see that African countries in Russian favor. So if Russia loses this war, United States is gonna sanction African countries with everything they got.
One by one.
Yeah. And that means African countries is gonna suffer a lot. That's why you see there was a lot of war where the West was involved, even when they started invading Libya. No African country get together and say, yeah, we gotta do something about it. But now
it's different.
They see someone is doing something good that benefits them, they all go together and start talking about it. If you check the news, every time you see an African leader on TV, they all say bad thing about the West.
Yeah, but Voss has because Russia, Africa has been plagued with all sorts of ethnic, tribal, and religious conflict. Has this lessened since the war? Has this been a source of unity for Africa as a continent? Because Africa, it seems like there's always a bunch of civil wars going on there, or tribal conflicts.
That's true. That's true. And if you see, all these tribal wars come from the West. All of them.
Someone sells weapons. Someone wants to explore Congo, and Congo is always in civil war, just in the areas where the mines are.
Trust me, they go everywhere. The same people go to North and say, you gotta do this because from my point of view, you're better than this guy. And then travel to the other side and say the same thing.
I wanted to add a very interesting...
That's the problem with the West countries in Africa.
Voss, did you listen to that? Did you listen to that thing of the...
Prada, we had someone waiting to speak.
Yeah, you raised his finger.
Yeah, my finger. Yeah.
You're going to change the topic. So I was just going to complete this topic.
You can say it, but let's
go on.
Take 15
Makes
minutes.
No sense.
Point, you know?
Jez, can you just repeat your question again, and I can answer it also?
Well, the original question I had asked was that it was my hypothesis that many countries, specifically India and China, kind of want this conflict to continue. Like they certainly want the Russians to win in the end, ultimately, but they're benefiting from this conflict progressing because there's a lot of advantages that they have, and many people in the many other countries in the world are too. So I was just kind of wanting people's input on that thesis and whether they bought it or didn't buy it, or maybe they see some sort of other ancillary benefits that countries are receiving because of this conflict.
Yeah. So something I have noticed the past weeks here in Belgium is that more and more machinery equipment, like for road work or construction work, are more and more Chinese. Because everything gets so expensive here, like European material gets so expensive. Like brands like Zoom Lion, very famous Chinese brands, are coming more and more to Europe because you're more cheaper. And also for Russia is beginning also a bigger client because with all these restrictions, they are not buying anymore in Europe, all these machinery. So who's going to make it for them? China. And that's already from 2014 that they are buying in China. So China is the biggest winner of the war for the moment, for the conflict since 2014. We're now in 2023. So every machine, if I just talking about machinery equipment, I'm talking about the little excavator to dig in the garden, to giant tower crane, or to the farming equipment. We in Belgium, we have not so far little. We have New Holland that's making these machines for the cornfields, for this big, I don't know the name of it. And I remember, and before 2014, me as crane operator, we needed to load a lot of the machines on trucks to go to Russia. And since 2014, it doesn't happen anymore. And if I'm going there to do some reverse and all that, these people that are working there, they're saying, yeah, since 2014, we are producing less than we are now producing a lot less compared to the years before, just because they lost that client, that's Russia. And that's what I'm saying. If you're just looking at that point, then that example is extreme. How many advantages in financial China made just having like Russia as their biggest client now for the exports. and that is crazy. And we are losing a lot in Europe. In the United States, I think also, but we
Yeah,
are
I was
losing
going to
a
say, I
lot.
think Europe's are the biggest. The argument of China being the benefactor, and I'd say that Europe is is the biggest loser in this.
Yeah.
Economically and in pretty much every way in
Yeah.
the United States. Actually, I was
And
curious why if Wyatt could kind of chime in on this question as well. Like, how are you seeing it that way? Who's benefiting? Who's losing?
Okay, you're talking about the Ukraine war, or you're talking about just the trade?
Ukraine. Well, the Ukraine war and all the fallout because of the conflict, how it is affecting trade and alliances that are forming both strategic and economic around the world.
I think
who's really benefiting.
It's about benefit to the rest of the world, except the Western, except as the Western bloc. So the Western bloc, the West has always been leading the world, setting the rules, creating all the things. This Ukraine war is a huge strategic mistake for the West. They push away the only power that could help them control China, to suppress China, which is Russia. Now instead they push Russia into the side, China's side, and basically created a new trade route that allows China to go around the sea routes that they could have sanctioned China to the death. They cannot sanction China to the death now, because now everything can go from the Russia. Russia have everything, every resources they have it. So that is a huge mistake. And Russia, Russia never really wanted to do this. They never wanted to give China this much, because if they do, we already have this trade route, all set up by now. But the fact that they need to build new pipelines and everything, sign new deals, it just shows that Russia never wanted to give China this much. So that's a big mistake, number one. Then with the usage of the all the economic and financial instruments to sanction Russia, kick Russia out of the SWIFT systems and whatnot, freeze all the financial assets that is overseas. This triggers literally everyone, including major countries like India, Indonesia, even Saudi Arabia, all the Arab countries. They was like, what the hell? You could do that? Once you do that, then nobody is going to invest in the West, because we know that if I'm going to invest, a few $1 billion in the Western country like United States or UK, you can literally freeze it and give it to my enemy. Who wants to invest in your country? Who want to invest in your economic system? So that's a major problem. And China is playing it very smart. They just like Turkey, all the smart countries like India, Turkey, China, they're all going to play like they're neutral, and which is what they're doing as well. They're just acting neutral, because it doesn't benefit them to be pro-Russia. It also doesn't benefit them to be pro-West. So they just play both sides and then make the best of it. So that's why you can see China is the enemy. They are supplying Russia, going around sanctions. At the same time, you have Mr. Lambo saying that, oh yes, you can see Chinese construction company coming to build stuff. And China is benefiting from this 100%. If we have to recall what happened during the beginning of the COVID, Trump was president. He was waging this massive trade war with China. China was
the tariffs,
struggling.
The tariffs, yeah.
Yeah, China was panicking.
Why? I gotta see.
Let me finish first.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So during those days, Trump was president. The trade war was heating up. It's getting worse and worse. And you see who is going to which country. It's the Chinese that is going to the United States, constantly sending delegates after delegates to try to negotiate with Trump. Which means who is winning? United States was winning. So they eventually, the Chinese they give in. They got to sign a deal with Trump, and Trump was very happy. He was like celebrating, even though that is only the first deal. But that was basically Chinese is going to sign away everything that they can swallow, and basically there's nothing else behind, because after that, everything else is going to giving up. Like they have to open up the market. They have to sign in intellectual property rights and all whatnot, which is the Chinese cannot do. All this Chinese cannot do. So they are in the first agreement. They're going to sign away everything that they can do, and that is actually a huge concession by the Chinese. But then at the same time, while they are in Washington signing that deal, they force the WHO through their internal politics and whatnot to open the borders, to say that no, COVID is not human to human transmission, no, air travel is safe, then no, it's not good, no, it's bad for health, bad for whatever bullshit. To close your border to China, we should open, while at the same time China closed the entire freaking country down. No one can go through from one province to another province. But at the same time, they say that no, why are you closing the border to us? How can you do this? And no, this was what was happening because China was losing, and since they caught this virus, I don't believe they deliberately released the virus. I think it's an accident, but they have to do something. No, they are losing the entire geopolitical war. Russia is definitely
They
not
took
helping
advantage
China.
of it. They didn't cause it, but they took
Yes.
advantage of it. Yeah.
So it's like, since we are going to, because imagine you're going to get a major healthcare crisis in your country, might as well share with the rest of the world, because they know that they are authoritarian. They can actually control everything much better than the West, and it's predictably that the West will go into chaos like what had happened over the past 3 years, and so they just let it spread. Europe, in their ultimate wisdom, decided to keep open the border. And then, and the free movement of people through the Eurozone just made everything worse. So many people in Italy died. United States closed the border. But, they didn't close the border to Europe. Same happened in Singapore as well. We closed the border. We are the third or fourth country that closed the border. Fourth country to close the border to China, which is very fast because we are actually, very good friends with China, and we closed our border to China. In the end, we get our COVID from Europe. It's the same. So in the end, the whole world COVID and everything, then everything changed. Trump got kicked out of the White House mainly because of the COVID. That's one of the big reasons. So now you from that kind of situation where China was actually almost checkmate. Now they are like the king of the world. They have Russia's resources and backing. They have, they can act like the good guys all around the world. The entire West is distracted. Their military is building up. No one can beat them in Asia, generally, militarily speaking. They can fly their planes and.
Can I just ask you about that? Like, is it true? Because the way I see that, I agree with pretty much everything you said. Isn't it true then China cannot let Russia fail because they're dependent on their resources, and they've made all these deals with them, and they've invested in the infrastructure of transmitting these resources from Russia to China. So the Chinese really can't have the Russians lose this war. They just want to keep it going. So if things start to if
Russia disintegrate into multiple states, it's easier for China to absorb some of them, or make them like Myanmar. You know what happened?
You don't think the United States would jump in there first?
Yeah, everyone would just jump on it. So, but you see, chaos is Game of Thrones. Chaos is a ladder. Once there's chaos, everybody is happy. That means there's opening for you.
Dan is gonna take Siberia.
I got a quick question, Wyatt. What if the United States told China they could have Taiwan if they supported the Ukraine publicly against Russia?
Not worth it. It's not worth it. Taiwan is useless to China.
You don't think China would take that deal? They would just be like, "Nah, we can wait another 100 years if we have to."
Seriously. In another 10 years, I think China will have the military.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. They will just
there's
say,
no
like, we can
reason
wait.
for them.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Okay, Drew heard China. He want to talk. I let him.
Drew only comes in.
He has been summoned.
Every time they talk about China, Drew comes out.
Yeah, I need to correct some misconceptions here. Okay, first.
Drew, where are you from?
Singapore.
Oh, Singapore.
Yeah. First, the question that JS posed is about whether China or India benefits. I don't think it really matters, because the thing about China and India is, yes, they benefit from this conflict, but they're not going to take any action to prolong the conflict. And that, because if they try to do anything like that, the Russia is just going to shit all over them. So it's a moot point. They will continue business as usual, whether the conflict continues or not. Sure, they prefer the conflict to continue, yes, but they're not going to take active steps to extend the conflict artificially. They're just going to stay out of it and make what they can.
And even after a conflict, it's not like, yeah, the war is done with Russia. Let's continue economics with trading with Russia because nothing happened anymore. It's done. No, it's going to take years and years and years when that Europe will starting to work again with Russia. That's going to take a lot of years.
I'm not talking about Europe. I'm talking about China and India.
Yeah, but I mean, even that, and like China.
Right now they're trading with
everybody
Russia.
Everybody is busy, like United States and Europe is busy about China, bad and thing, and risk with war in Taiwan. But we are seeing more and more Chinese stuff coming to here, more and more Chinese cars and things. So nothing changing is even getting better for China.
Yes, 10%.
Because that's what China does. It sees an opportunity and it's going to fill the opportunity if it benefits it, and it sees an opportunity.
That war has nothing from effective.
Exactly, it doesn't really affect them. They are fine. Either the war continues or it ends. It doesn't really matter. They're just going to continue.
Exactly. You're very literate when it comes to geopolitical economic matters. Do you see that? How do you see the future of the Eurozone and the euro dollar in particular, the fallout of this in 2 years from now? I know I'm asking a tough question, but I mean, use your mathematical models that you make.
Drew, not only that, but what Russia is providing to China and India allows those two countries, China and India, to be more competitive.
Yeah,
and this is something very good for those two countries.
Yeah, but that
also,
is not going to go away regardless of whether the war ends or not. So it doesn't really. They're not going to take active steps.
It's thanks to the wars. It's thanks to the war.
It's a result of the war, I guess. It accelerated what was already.
And also the Middle Eastern countries who are providing natural resources, hydrocarbons, gas and oil to mainly Europe, are very happy with what happened in.
So
in
Wyatt was
Ukraine.
correct. It's a strategic mistake by the West. This wasn't a action that was taken by India or China to kick all this off. It's a strategic mistake by the US, and then China and India basically jumped in at the opportunity when it presented itself. That's what they did, and they are going to continue doing that. If another war kicks off, they're going to think, how can I turn this into my advantage? And that's what a multipolar world is about. Every government will be looking to, take advantage of whatever geopolitical changes.
Well, do you really believe it's going to be multipolar, or just a new form of bipolarization, where you're going to form this? There's going to be this interesting strategic and economic alliance between Russia and like the large countries. Like
I think
China.
it'll be two levels. I think it's going to be two levels. For the temporary scenario, will be the rest of the world and the West in kind of a bifurcated scenario, but within the rest of the world is going to be multipolar. And then as the West starts to lose wealth and power and influence, then they will then slowly try to reintegrate with the rest of the world, and then you will become multipolar. So in the meantime, temporarily you'll be half-half. But I wanted to address another thing that was discussed just now by Wyatt about the whole COVID thing. China didn't release or
he didn't say that. He didn't say that.
No, he said that they took advantage of the situation by
actually JS said that.
The rest of the world. No. Wyatt said that. He said that.
JS said that.
Okay, I will. Let's agree to disagree. So, what COVID? The virus was already in the US, in Italy, and in Brazil, based on blood samples that the Red Cross had before the breakout in Wuhan in China. So it was already in the rest of the world. So and the closest natural source they could find for this virus was a bat in Laos. So somebody ate a bat in Laos, got sick from the virus, it spread around the world, but it didn't mutate into a virulent source yet. What happened in China, what happened in Africa for Omicron, and what happened in India for Delta was the same thing. The virus is a highly mutating thing. It mutated in that location, and then it spread. So,
it's natural.
It's natural.
So it's natural.
Yes, that's my point.
Okay, okay. Then I'll 100% disagree with you, but
yeah, I sorry, Drew, I have to disagree with you on that too.
So that's the extent of the science that we know. The rest of it is just speculation, right? The facts we know is the virus was already in 4 countries.
Yeah, but you were talking about Italy, for example. The reason it got to Italy, for example, was because there was tons of Chinese workers who had brought it over there. Because
No. The blood samples were given.
I disagree with JS on that one.
The blood samples were given 2 months before the first outbreak happened in China.
Which is when?
In like December 2019.
Yeah. So because what happened is that they have anecdotal and they have satellite evidence. They have that in Wuhan they already have this problem earlier. It's only in December that this thing started to become so obvious that
the American ones were in October and November.
Yeah,
the ones that the American Red Cross, the blood samples were given in October and November.
It's around that kind of like earlier.
And
so
for the blood samples to be in that specific percentage of the populace, it needs time to spread. So the ongoing kind of consensus from that statistical data is that the virus was in the US from mid 2019, not end. They only gave the blood samples after
mid 2019.
Yes, mid 2019. As in the virus got there, it takes time to spread, and then.
Yeah,
and then the blood samples were given.
Please stop talking about coronavirus, please.
So
we got to be careful about. We got to be careful what we're saying.
Yeah, don't forget you're on YouTube. Don't forget that. That's no rumble.
We can already talk about COVID on YouTube already. Yeah,
it's no longer.
It's no longer taboo.
I know there are some information. There are some informations in the north of Italy that they found on people that died and made autopsies. They found the virus on dead people, on samples from dead people from September 2019 in the north of Italy. Everything started much sooner.
Yeah, because
France?
From my own research was much earlier in China. It's much earlier. It's probably some kind of mutation or whatnot that caused it to become, because nobody was stopping it, you see. So it managed to evolve and become very toxic by December. So that's when the doctors started to realize something is up. Then there was all this hoo-ha behind the scene things that's happening within China. But it's also much earlier, and that's what I get from anti-China
media.
The
virus
was
already in China much earlier as well. It's already there. It's just that it hasn't mutated yet into the alpha version that we know.
Yeah, I think you guys.
Why is so pro-West and Drew is so pro-China? That's the problem here.
Yeah, Wyatt, you're not doing Chinese.
Well, there's someone.
Drew has demonstrated, somewhat of a pro-Chinese bias.
Yeah, Drew is saying that China didn't release the virus. The West did.
It was already around the world. It just happened to mutate in China.
Yeah, Drew, I just think people just do not mind.
I kind of agree with Drew. I agree with Drew.
Epicenter of this outbreak. Drew. I'm sorry.
So for example, if the alpha
geopolitics, please.
Yeah.
There is Mr. Upgrade is making really funny faces. Perhaps you want to say something. Go on, Mister. You disagree with
just about COVID. To talk about COVID because we had 2 years of COVID nonstop, every day, every second. So I think we should move on from this. And
yes.
I wanted just to give a little point.
Okay. Let's talk about France.
Yeah, France.
No,
Yes,
Do you guys want to talk about super chat? I think it will affect something I said many times. I think the European values will change because we need a new narrative. Well, Drew introduced
The
European
European values are feminine penises. That's
upgrade.
Yes, about that. About that.
No, that's US value.
I stick with my theory.
Guys, I have a good one. JS, do you know who won the Miss Netherlands elections?
a transsexual. So that's European values.
And you know what they did in Belgium? There was also one candidate, and a lot of other
what?
If you look at the woman, it's the candidates from Belgium is like, what did they do? It's like that one had like clump feet, the other one had, but really it's not a joke. They choose feminine women with some sort of history to be the most beautiful woman of Belgium. And like about trans people, I have nothing about trans people, but it's like a red flag for women to say the most beautiful woman in Netherlands was a dude that changed to woman.
Yeah.
Basically, for these people that say, for these people that always say men are useless, they need to stop saying that because now we are the best woman in the world.
I want to say that for the moment, the last years, what's happening in the media and what they're trying to talk and everything, and just everything.
So are we talking about LGBTQ now?
Please stop talking about
and every other topic and everything is starting to get nuts for the moment.
Stop talking about women with dicks, please.
I don't
great.
You continue. I'm not. No, but it's just about the media.
Now you see.
The media.
Let's talk about France. It's better.
No.
It's
time.
Let's go back to Ukraine. Let's
I just want to add to what Upgrade was saying about the COVID restriction for 2 hours.
Why is flipping now? No, it's just I am in general about everything. I'm talking is that the media is getting nuts and everything. And just everything.
Eurovision.
Yes. Any
just
topic.
look at Eurovision.
And
You will
everything.
see
Eurovision is the same shit. Eurovision is the same shit. It's just about something that needs to be talked about, and they're going. It's like for Eurovision, which country win this year? Sweden. Why? Because they're going to celebrate how many years Eurovision? 50 years Eurovision, something like that. So Sweden needed to win.
The media isn't nuts.
They
The media
needed
is
to
a
win.
carefully planned propaganda machine.
Something important or serious upgrade. You were talking about the COVID restriction. Yeah, we had for at least 2
Why are they
No more COVID. 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 Let's talk about France or LGBTQ.
Wait. No more COVID thanks to Vladimir Putin.
Yes. Vladimir Putin stopped the COVID pandemic.
Ukrainian war started. No more COVID restriction.
If you listen to the French media, it's what happened.
Something you have to understand. Ukrainian war started. No more COVID. No more restriction.
That's true.
Wait. First, I want to credit Mr. Lambo.
2014.
Because, he's really good. He said, wait, Wyatt need to talk. Then he started saying something. Well played. Second, I think we have reached a point that I think we need to do closing because clearly we are already off our minds already. So
Nah.
No.
Yeah.
How dare you say that?
Yeah, we need France and then chick with dicks.
How dare you?
France.
And chicks with dicks.
Let's start off with RL, man. RL closing.
It was a nice open mic, very pleasant. We saw new faces, 2 new faces. It was great. Great to talk to nice people. And I hope this open mic, this scheme you made will continue. Discussing about, of course, Ukraine, which we didn't talk that much except for the cluster munition and the potential thingy about the nuclear power plant, but whatever. We talk about BRICS. Very good. The future of the world, which will maybe come, and the phase of the West to the bin of history, maybe. So, voila.
Thank you, RL. And now upgrade.
I was very glad and to speak to you all. It was nice to be invited and to see different opinions and different topics. And yeah, hopefully I can come on again and talk about other stuff. Ukraine is most important, I think, at the moment for the world. What will happen will shape the entire future, how we know it. And yeah, happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, upgrade. I'll see you in the Telegram chat. Yeah, read.
Okay, it was a nice open mic, I guess. We lost our minds a bit, but still, it was not that bad. We mostly we talked about Ukraine, but we also talked about the history behind it, and we also talked about BRICS and then COVID. Women with penises. It just went off.
People that's
I
underage,
forgot
man.
this was 14 years old.
It just went off track. But it was not bad. It was good. Okay, can be better. But I'll wait till the next open mic. But I would recommend something. We should most probably talk about Ukraine mostly, not about women with penises. Okay, mostly about Ukraine, maybe France, maybe Taiwan, but not about those like COVID and stuff. COVID is gone. Okay, don't talk about it.
Okay, thank you, Ray. Shadow V.
Yes, and I'm not going to speak about France. Sorry, those I know you wanted, but no. I'm just going to tell that a few months ago, at the first open mic I was watching, we everybody speak about the war in Ukraine, all the battle were speak about and so on. And today we just speak about what's happening in the west, in the south, in the east. But honestly, I think we no longer care about what's happening daily to daily, each of the small battle in Ukraine. Nobody care anymore because the impression I have is that the main things happening is now outside of Ukraine. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Shadow V. Drew.
Just two things. I think I need to correct something that you guys all got wrong. There are no women with legs. There are only men with boobs. Right? Come on, let's get this straight. Huh? There are only men with boobs. Okay. And the other thing is, I want to summon my Asian dad self and just say to Red that it's great that you are interested in geopolitics, but you have to understand this is all just entertainment. So if you really want to make a change, you're a young guy, you still have a chance. If you really want to make a change and improve, the life around you and your society and things like that, go back to study hard, get a good job, get resources, and then you can make real change. Participating in this forum with old men, 40-year-olds talking about stuff they have no control over is not going to change anything, right? So you still have a chance. We are all has-beens, right? So this is just entertainment. Don't spend too much of your time on this. Yeah, that's all I got to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm currently on vacation, so I don't have anything to do. So I'm just having fun.
Go watch more Netflix.
Disney Channel.
Yeah. So, Voz.
Okay, slab cocaine. Yeah, one thing for Red, Red. I know you are young. I know you are young, but you gotta learn. You know why? Everything what's going on in the world got to do with chicks with dicks. Trust me. If you are in the if you are in the West, if you are in the West, if you are in the West, you're gonna see things like this was the first black woman to do
Don't
this,
listen to
the
that
first
pig.
black man to do this, the first guy who chop off their dicks, and now is this, And there is a country like Russia and China who always say, "What the fuck's going on? We don't want that." If you don't want that, you're gonna go to war against these people. So you need to learn that thing. When they talk about Obama, they don't talk the thing is done, like killing a lot of people. They always say the first black president. You see? Like this is a good thing. And he killed a lot of people. He killed a lot of people. He killed a lot of people. You know how they reward him? They gave him the Nobel Peace. So open your eyes while you are still young, like Drew said. Slav cocaine.
Okay. Mr. Lambo.
I want to apologize to Wyatt and Red to be naughty tonight.
It's okay.
Sorry. Second thing. You see, Red, you need to take that panel very serious. Third thing. I want to have 2 seconds of silence for all the French citizens that needed to search after another McDonald's in a nearby town because they've been burned by some people. And that the rich people going to search or wait a bit longer to have the Louis Vuitton shop repaired. It's very, very dramatic. Yeah, it was normal thing in France. So. No, I missed a lot of the open mic, so I didn't follow it. So I didn't miss a lot. I think I heard. I was eating with my mother, and I checked sometimes, and then I was hearing about F-16s, and then cluster munitions. And the cluster munitions is a thing that worried me the most for the Ukrainians. Not because they're going to use it, maybe, just because if a country like United States decided to send cluster munitions, it's meaning just like Ukraine is all fucked. Sadly for them. It's but it's a horrible type of ammunition. It's like needs only for the mines. The Ukraine is going to have mines for like more than 50 years in their country to be cleaning up. Then you're going to add more and more cluster munitions. Going to be dramatic for the civilians in the future. If you've seen here in Belgium, munitions of the First World War, they're still finding between 120 and 200 tons of munitions from 100 years ago. Each year, Belgium finds between 120 and 200 tons of munition. Includes mustard gas bombs. We still have them here in Belgium. So if you're going to a farmer on the side of Ypres, I don't know how to say in English, but Ypres, that been completely been blew away of the map during the First World War. And you go in that region, you're still going to find some World War munitions. Where I'm living on the other side of the Belgium coast, or the other side of West-Flanders, it's Ypres. So I am like 1 hour driving more than 1 hour driving from Ypres. We're still finding bombs here also. And like I'm living on the coast, they blow it up on the beach in the sea. So for Ukraine, it's going to be a dramatic thing for the future. Not only for the mines and the munitions that didn't explode, but you're adding these cluster bombs for the poor young kids in the future. They're going to be playing and their grandfather's farm, and they're going to see like a little metal object. They're going to take that in their hand. They're going to be killed. The kid's going to be killed. Adults going to lose a limb or something like that. But these young kids going to be killed, and that's very dramatic. And I just can't understand the decision of the United States that they're doing that. A country like the United States needs to show some example. They don't do it.
Because
And
it's
it's so
Slavs
sad.
killing Slavs. They don't care.
Yeah, you know,
Money.
it's all about money. Life is about money. Always been. That's the thing. And it's just very sad. Everything is just very sad. And that war needs to stop. That war just needs to stop. So we have two things. We have two options. In my mind, I have two options. Or you wait after elections that Trump or Kennedy become president, or they're going to stop it. I'm 100% sure about it. They're going to stop the war. Yeah, they're going to stop it.
No.
Kennedy wants to stop it, and
The
Trump wants
Ukraine
to
are
stop
too
it.
strong.
Nah, I don't care. They're going to stop it. America is too strong. They can't stop it. They're going to go to Putin and say, "We go, Zelensky, you signed the deal, and that's it." And the second option is that Russia going to win the war. So I yesterday we did the European chat, and I already said that option from me. So we have the Wagner Group in Belarus. We have 50 or 60,000 Russian soldiers in Belarus. They're going to attack before, I think, just after the summer, between the summer and end of October, they're going to enter that side of Ukraine. I hope this is going to happen, that they're going to destabilize completely the Ukrainian army. That war needs to stop. And the second option is that Russia going to start to push harder and going to force to stop it. And the people that believe that Ukraine is going to be one day a NATO country, they can forget that. Never going to happen. Putin never is going to allow that. Russia never is going to allow that. So there's not even a discussion. So that's my opinion about the thing I want to say today. And yeah. So just like take the 2 seconds silence for the French people that didn't have the McDonald's nearby their house anymore. Yeah, thank you. That was it.
Okay, JS.
Yeah, first off, thanks Wyatt for hosting it, open mic. Drew, I pretty much agree with what you were saying about, yeah, it's entertainment, but at the same time, we are talking about something serious. People are dying by the hundreds of thousands, so I think we should keep that in mind, and don't lose our humanity entirely. To other people, it's the new people that showed up. I look forward to hopefully seeing you guys on the Telegram chat. We have a lot of fun in there, and we can talk pretty much unrestricted, so it's good times. I did like the touching on BRICS and the instead of just talking about the individual battles, how this conflict affects everybody globally, because it's not just affecting the Russians and Ukrainians; it's having effect all over the world. To those watching, listening, smash the like button, share it if you find it interesting, and if you hop on if you got something to say next time Wyatt hosts another one. Everybody here, thank you. I loved all your input, even Prada. That's that's all I have to say. Peace out.
The word even is very weird. Like, why do you need to add the word even? Prada.
Yes, I don't know. Probably it's because of the heat. It's really very hot on here. I think the other guy, the one that's laughing like crazy, is also already half naked. So you probably can understand we are suffering in Europe. It's very, very hot. So anyway, so I think we had we had really good starting points of conversation today. We didn't really develop them that as much, like sometimes we do, but it was great because the conversation went a bit, kept going in one way. I think like the West has this belief that, or some people try to sell this idea, some politicians, that globalization fire back, that something went wrong with globalization. I don't think so, and the idea that the West controlled the civilization is also not true. This is a very long process that has been existing actually for thousands of years. The difference is that it accelerated and accelerates. It still accelerates, and what we see now is, for instance, that 60% of the population lives in Asia. and they have been doing their stuff. And this war of Ukraine might be a good thing for them just in the sense, not because people are dying, not because the West is going to get weakened, although that might be also a reason for some actors. It's because they finally have the opportunity to put everybody in the table, not being like played one against the others, and trying to really solve their problems. And this is something amazing. So globalization still has a lot of good things to happen. Drew said something also very interesting. It's a perfect image because the West wants to go for kind of a bipolar world, one where they can control again, a kind of a second Cold War. But it's not what's going to happen. It's the West, which is more or less 40 countries, and the rest of the world. And the rest of the world, between themselves, they will play a game where who pays better pays the bet, gets the deal. And actually, the West, one day they notice they are losing so much, like Drew was saying, they'll start thinking, oh, we have to get inside as well. We also want to take part of this. There might be something interesting on the idea that Macron wanted to go to the summit of BRICS in August. It looks really stupid at this moment, appropriated, like the Russian said, because he is what he is. But there is a deep, interesting thing there. The Chinese wrote that as well. This is very interesting. The West I'm not we because I also part of the West. The world doesn't want to get rid of us. They just want us to realize that we need to realize we have a different role to play in this world. We need a new narrative, a narrative where we understand that we are not the majority. There are 6 billion people on the other side of the planet. They also want to live good. Well, they also have the right to be sons and daughters of God, to profit for something, because there is just one life we know about. Is a life here. And I was talking about Wakar before, and we were explaining this, why Asia. The poverty level in Pakistan is huge, but that country works so much. People there work really a lot, but there's so much poverty in many of these countries. Why? Why does it have to be like that? It doesn't. We can always live a bit more free, happy with each other.
You so not welcome in the West. Trust me. The thing you just said. You better pray Russia wins. If they lose, you're gonna live in Siberia with Dan.
Yes, you're right. Because you know, Voz do Povo, when you were talking about Africa, and I find it always amazing that we finally talk a bit less of the West, a bit less of Europe, a bit less of America, and we could talk a bit more of Africa, which we have been doing. But we could talk also a bit more about South Africa. And I wanted to, when you were saying that we are fucked if Russia lose, it's very interesting because the US just made a study that if they decoupled from South Africa, they would lose 10% of their GDP. Well, African countries, every day they are being mobbed. They are being bullied. They are being threatened to take certain position.
We pay more. We pay more than anyone. We pay more than anyone in the world when trading with EU.
Except China.
Okay, it's a closing.
Great closing.
Yeah, but
please not into another conversation.
It's supposed to be 5 hours. We still got 12 minutes.
Wait.
I am a naughty boy t-shirt. Next week, I have a naughty boy t-shirt.
So I have 2 more person in the backstage wanted to close.
I'll head out, and then you can let them in. All right, see you guys.
Okay. Bye, Drew.
Bye.
Craig.
See you, Wyatt.
Craig. Closing.
Oh, not this one.
Another one enjoying the sun. Another one enjoying the sun. The summer must be beautiful in your part of the world.
Well, if the color of my hammock bothers you, you can imagine I'm a biblical prophet, because what I'm going to say is going to be prophetic here.
Is that a rainbow flag in your back? where
you
you
could, if that's what you perceive, you should carefully examine your own
what?
sexuality in private, but not on open mic. And I've yet to see my T-shirt suggestions show up on you. I want the only BBC you need T-shirt. We need that one on you, boss. Anyway, I'm going to say 3 observations about this open mic. One, Wagar made the most important point, is that Pakistan, as a frontline state, got completely impoverished by the last 20 years of the so-called war on terror. You can make a lot of money as a Finland or a Ukraine if you can broker hostile parties, but you then get totally burned if you become a frontline country. So countries like Finland, countries like Lithuania, countries like Poland ought to be very, very careful. Because they can literally get themselves wrecked the way Ukraine did. I hope Taiwan doesn't get itself wrecked. So I just wanted to point out that we have a few countries in very, very difficult positions right now. And I agree with Vaz that Latin America and Africa are going to get targeted when the West basically loses here. But the big point I want to make is the one everyone seemed to have skipped past except Prada. Prada kept asking, what's going to go on at the NATO summit? What's the diplomatic impact of this cluster munitions stuff? Well, I think they released the cluster bomb commitment specifically so that the countries that condemned it, including Canada, including Germany, including even the UK, which is really important, all condemned the cluster munitions going to Ukraine. Now, why did they do that just before the summit in Wilno, Poland, temporarily occupied Wilno, Poland, as the Poles have now sent their special forces to take over for the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that they're reviving. I'm not sure that the Poles will ever leave Wilno, Poland now. But this was set up so that the United States would have diplomatic cover to tell the crazy Poles and Lithuanians that no, we're not going to back your creating a new Polish-Lithuanian empire all the way to Moscow. That's not going to happen. That was a joke article that appeared in Foreign Policy, but we're not actually going to fund you to do that, which will be absolutely devastating news to Duda and to the Lithuania. So we're still in a situation we have been in for a year now. Poland wants Ukraine to denazify Lvov and then hand it back to them. Russia wants Poland to denazify Lvov, and Belarus wants Russia to do it. So until it's resolved who denazifies Lvov and who gets it at the end, does Poland get it and becomes part of expanded Poland? Belarus doesn't like that. Maybe Belarus needs to take it. Who knows? Russia doesn't want it. Has enough denazifying to do. So militarily, we can talk about when Russia moves on Odessa, when they take the east part of Dnieper, but I don't think there's really much question anymore that they will. Ukraine is gone as a force, and whether it stays on the map or not is almost irrelevant for the client state. The real question is, why was the NATO summit set up the way it was? So I'm going to predict, as part of my overall thinking about this, that we come out of this week, Monday, Tuesday, with a no to Ukraine having a firm track or firm criteria to ever getting into NATO, that Poland and Lithuania suddenly get very nervous, and that Belarus and Poland suddenly get into more of an issue with each other about who's really going to take Lvov, because the whole thing will start to become much more real. I don't think Ukraine survives this war as any kind of a state at all. I think it's just gone completely. I could be wrong about that, but that's my prediction. And the first step towards that will be telling the Poles and Lithuanians that they're not going to just absorb it, but, the West isn't going to help them in a project of carving it up. Instead, Russia's going to take all of it that it wants, and the rest is going to be left over. So it's kind of harsh for people that think Ukraine is a country, but I think Ukraine is a place. And I think that when you see cluster munitions being offered up and condemnations from NATO and EU countries coming in almost universally, that's a setup. That's a setup to give the United States an excuse to tell Poland, to tell Lithuania that they're not going to get this endless backing for this long war. And the reasons for that, we could go into the economics of it. We could go into it, but I take Russia at their word when they say the war will be over by the end of the year, and I think the West also wants this war over by the end of the year. And the way to achieve that is the division roughly along the Zitomir-Vinnytsia line. No other division is going to be stable, and that's where I expect we'll be at the end of the dry season in October. That's my prediction.
Thank you, Craig, for the closing. Yeah, and Coping is in to always do the closing.
Yes, thank you very much. So I've actually been mostly listening to this open mic while doing other stuff, but I'm just going to throw in a few things here that I kind of liked. I think it was appropriate of Vosh actually to kind of give the option either France or the genitalia fixation thing, because we all know the French, they are very naughty and filthy, so it's appropriate. I also want to comment to what JS said, because I didn't think he actually got much of a response to when it comes to new members of BRICS, because that is indeed a very, I will agree with you there, that is a big liability. So, but that is something that kind of makes me segue to one of the main reasons I came on here, and that is a guy called Alfarius, who tends to be in the chats. And he has tried to get on the open mic before a couple of weeks ago, but has had some internet problems. And I wanted to get on the open mic just to tell him to get on the open mic now so he could enter the lounge. Now, my fellow panelists here, including my the new panelist Upgrade, which I appreciate very much having come on, the reason I want to address this guy in the chat and I really want to appeal to him to get on the open mic is because he's from South Africa. And he clearly knows a few things or two. I've heard him, I've been reading his chats once in a while. I tried to scroll up. I'm not really sure if he's here still. So if anyone knows him, please try to reach up to him and let him know that we would very much like him to get on the next open mic at least. So because we are planning to have like more discussions regarding BRICS, and I in particular have a lot of. I want to inquire you quite a bit about South Africa also. So and note this: I haven't simped for anyone, let alone a single person, to get on the open mic. So if Alfarius doesn't get on the open mic next time, let it be publicly known that he's an asshole. Okay. So that being said, those of you who super chatted, you are our friends throughout eternity. And the same goes for those of you who support DPA on Patreon, Ko-fi, and Locals. To those of you who want to work on your masculinity, do not forget the new platform, right? You got a new crowdfunding platform, Wyatt, called Boosty, right?
Yeah,
doesn't that sound sexy? So if you want to be sexy, support DPA on Boosty. Also, of course, we do appreciate those who be sharing the clips and contents that you find. Maybe, those of you who don't reach the stream that you're watching later, you comments, parts that you think, yeah, you should make a clip of this because this is a good point and so forth. We appreciate your interaction. And I can tell you, I at least try to read, if not answer the comments. So that would be appreciated. Of course, it goes without saying that we do like those who press the like button a whole lot more than those who do not. But that being said, all things being equal, we can thank you all for watching the DPA open mic. Now press that like. Yeah.
Thank you, Coping. Yep.
Thank you all. Thank you
everyone
Wyatt.
for participating, and thank you everyone for joining. And I will see you guys in the lounge. And bye-bye.
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 Bye-bye. Remove. Yep. And thank you guys who also join us chatting in the chat boxes in the various channels, like the main channel as well as the open mic channel. There's not much chatters in the Rumble chat, so thank you guys for watching. And I think today's open mic is a really good one. And as I always try to do, is always to do one more friendly to the European timing, and then do one more friendly to the American timing, like swap and swap. And then I kind of didn't care about the Asians. Because the Asian daytime is I also busy with other stuff. So yeah, so thank you everyone for watching, and sorry for those that were expecting this on Saturday. Yeah, because I was busy with the Ukraine war updates, because it's 500 days of Ukraine, and we didn't talk about 500 days of Ukraine. We are talking about cluster bombs all the time. So it's okay. So yeah, it's a huge milestone, I would think. 500 days, and cannot imagine if you tell me that at the start of the conflict, when I was covering on day 1, day 2, and then you tell me that I'm going to be covering this war for the next 500 days, I'll be like, should I do it? I wouldn't be too sure if I want to do it. So it's a bit crazy. And yeah, I think today's open mic is really good. So we now reaching 5 hours. There's a reason why I don't want to do 5 hours, because I'm using an AI tool to help to do the chaptering and the clips. And when it reach too long, the AI tool struggles to process the video, which is why I try not to go too long. So yeah, that's the reason. And the lounge currently have 97 members. I believe it will be 98 soon. So the lounge is actually how should I let me actually I should show you guys. Give me a minute. I need to set up. For those that are wondering, the open mic speakers lounge or the private chat is something very different from the Telegram chat that we have. Let me find. It looks like this. So this is the so this is the open mic chat. This is actually a private lounge with 97 members. Every single one of them is a open mic speaker. They have come on live, show their face, and due to recent updates on the Telegram, we can now break into topics. So previously there was always thousands and thousands of chatters, and then now we have a lot of different chat rooms talking about different topics and very cool stuff. So yeah, so if you want to be part of to join this super exclusive and very healthy member chat group, the only way to get in is to be an open mic speaker. Otherwise there's no way you can get in. And is much more organized and nice than the DPA Telegram chat, which is like chaotic and like a bunch of don't know who is like just ranting and talking a lot. Yeah, but it's okay, it's a different kind of platform. So anyway, I just want to share, since some of you guys may not know what they are talking about every time they talk about to the lounge. That is actually the lounge, the open mic speaker chat. That's the lounge. I call it the open mic speakers lounge. Yeah, it's a private chat group. And yeah, you showed the last name. You should remove that from the replay. Oops. Yeah, too bad. Yeah, it's too late. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So no. So that's it. Thank you guys for watching, and yeah, and I'll see you in the next update. Where's the outro? Bye bye.